is totally. With respect, let's move forward. We were supposed to start us off in a good way with the drum group, but the drum group has not shown up, and we really need to catch. Oh, they're here. They're here. Oh, yeah, the youth. Yeah, the youth will come up. Totally. And we'll do some welcoming songs, and then we'll get straight into business. Before we do the adoptions of rules and procedures, we did have the LBN drum group. Well, I'll ask the Morris Williams Elementary School students and the LDSS drum group to get ready. And then we'll get straight into Chief Will Adams' welcoming address. Some things that have been brought to me already is, some people are sick, they said. So we asked you to wear a mask, and I believe we have masks up front with Carrie, Sheena, and everybody over here. So please, if you are sick, please wear a mask. We have sanitizers everywhere. We have very vulnerable elders here, so please look out for everybody and little ones. We have a little one here, I see. So yes, we want to, really cut down on, the perfume smells, trying to make it not, right? A lot of allergies. There's a lot of allergies with perfume and cologne, so please. We do have security, Bruce. Bruce? Yeah, there's Bruce. We have Robert. And we have Lauren. There are security guards, not Eugene. And welcome, and yes, so they're here. We have first aid. First aid is over here beside Chief. Clarence Williams are able to give us a wave. If there's any medical emergencies, Clarence is here. Please let any of the staff know that are working. Those staff are not supposed to be here. Right, Rosa? Yeah. Please give, members, first priority for the chairs. And I think you guys have nice cushioned suites, right? They might be slippery, so be careful, I heard. Please be careful. We have mental health. Laura Cook. She's right there chewing away at her food. Yeah. There she is. She's waving at us by the door. If you have any issues that come up, there will be some big stuff coming up in the next few days. Laura is here. I believe you're here all week. Yeah. Awesome, Laura. Thank you. We also have Toby, Irene, and Violet here. I don't think they're in here right now. I don't see them, but they have a room prepared for anybody that needs a rest or somebody to talk to. We have that space over there too. Good. So while doing some of the rules, can I get the LDSS drum group and if the Morris Williams Elementary School students are here to come up and get ready? We want to stay on schedule. That's so important. Well, I'd like to welcome everybody. I'm not sure if we're unmuted, but we are on YouTube for our members. Oh, and we're getting recorded. I don't know if you heard that, but recording is in progress. So hello to our CACHET members, our WADAT members, our all members that are living in Vancouver, in Prince George, anywhere around the world. So welcome. The link is being shared. I think it was shared with me. It is. Thank you, Carrie. I'm not sure if we're going Facebook Live or if it's on social media. It is. Awesome. So welcome to all our members that are online. We do have all the questions that were sent, and they will be shared at each of the the corresponding updates. So that's gonna come up, like, for example, if there's questions about administration, after administration report, we'll get into those questions. But if you have any other questions and you don't wanna take the mic, see Carrie or see Rosa and the team in the back with Roxanne and Scylla. Roxanne is waving at us here, and Scylla. If you have any questions, you wanna do it on the mic, go see them, they'll write it down and we'll make sure it's shared. Good, and for those online, we will find a way, I know I get lots of text messages, and I believe Julian does too. Good, maybe I should introduce myself, maybe not everybody knows who I am, maybe. Who am I? At the zero, my name is Darcy Dennis. I am the chair for this week. However, I will need to say, I wanna give everybody an update that I will be away tomorrow. I have a family emergency, appointment with my family back in Prince George, so I'm gonna run back tonight and be part of the appointment tomorrow, and I'll come right back. Our wonderful co-chair can introduce himself. I have full confidence he can manage tomorrow, but I believe we'll have somebody to be with him tomorrow. But I'll be here for the rest of the week. So I'll pass the mic over to the co-chair and he can introduce himself.
Check. Thank you, Darcy, and good morning, everybody. Good to see everybody. For those of you who don't know me, my name is Julian Brown. I am the grandson of the late Ben and Violet Charlie, and the son of Lucy Campbell and Kevin Brown. Most of you know me, some of you don't. I'm really happy to be here. I'm skipping school this week to come be with you guys. So I'm living in Prince George. I'm studying fish and wildlife biology there, and I actually just got a really cool job working in the fish ecology lab. So thank you. It's paying off. So any students thinking about post-secondary, I highly recommend, just do it. The time's gonna pass anyway, but that's my little PSA. It's really good to be here with everybody. We got a big agenda ahead of us, so we'll do our best to keep things on track and keep the spirits high. I know everybody wants to participate, and we wanna create a safe, respectful space for everybody here where everybody can feel that their concerns are heard and that we can just foster a sense of strong community and taking the nation forward together. So thank you, Darcy, for the introduction. And yeah, we'll just how are we doing over there for the school drum group? So we ready to pop things off here? I'm seeing thumbs up. Come on up. All right, everybody, let's give a round of applause for the LBN drum group who's going to be doing the grand entry. And also thank you, Susie, for the opening prayer. Thank you, all the staff, cooks, awesome breakfast. Excited to be eating all that tasty top of the line catering this week.
Yes, award-winning top of the line. And thank you to Melba Abraham who blessed the food this morning, so Messiah, Melba.
Yes.
Yeah, come on up. Awesome. Welcome our LDSS drum group who will start us off in such a great way. They will do the Neduben honor song. You guys, you got some weight on top of it.
Help, Kalatan, Deno Steel. Help, to save you, Deno Steel. Help, left to lose, Deno Steel. Help, left summons you, Deno Steel. That's not doing. That's not doing. Let's start new year. So I think so, yeah. 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 I knew night and I knew night and I knew night and but you said but you said night and I knew night and I knew night and I knew night and don't make me have a confidence. Don't make me have a confidence. I say, oh, don't make me have a confidence. Don't make me have a confidence. I knew night and I knew night and I knew night and.
Can I get you guys, ladies, to come back up and introduce yourself before you go sit down, please? Because I'm sure our elders and our members would love to hear who you are and what clan you sit in, if you do sit in the clan, so by all means, you could use the mic. Tell us your name and your, or I could say it if you want me to.
Any sign we have barely sun, meaning that the sun is due at the message. Oh. Any such as the sunny. Just then you have it with the.
This is Paige Levick, and she sits with Dr. Luke. Thank you, Paige. And this one is Avery Bays, and she's Dr. Luke. She's shy, just like the mom.
And William.
Sorry, thank you so much. Awesome. Thank you again, ladies. Great. I believe that song was created by Old Fort Councilor Aaron Alec. So thank you, a wonderful, wonderful way to start us off. Do we have the Morris Williams Elementary School students here yet? I don't see them, no, okay, they're busy, that's okay. Once they come, we could do that. So before we go into the adoption of rules and procedures. Okay. We could do Jason, we could do drumming after the chief address. Yep. Welcoming address, is that okay, chief? Good, before we move on, and before I ask Chief Will Adam to come to his welcoming address. I wanna go through some of the rules. Any form of violence, verbal or lateral, will not be tolerated. Any person committing an act or acts of violence will be blocked. or asked to be escorted out. So what I mean is even on YouTube or Facebook, that's what's gonna happen. Show respect for all individuals during their presentation speech and ensure they are actively listening and participating. Julian and I will enforce the rules of the assembly and ensure time is kept accordingly with the items on the agenda. Julian and I are here to keep on schedule and keep order and can shorten a speaker's list when needed without prejudice. Speakers will be identified by Julian and I, and speakers will be verbally announced by us for their turn to speak in the assembly. Please, no personal, personnel, and or confidential type issues will be discussed during the assembly. I will go through the resolution procedure after and during the adoption of minutes and procedures. Does everybody have one of these? Do you know what this is? This is a cell phone. Does everybody have one? Please put it on silent. Please, if you need to take a phone call, to please step outside and take your phone call if you need to. But we ask you, we will call you out on it. If your phone rings and if you're looking at videos on TikTok or Facebook or Insta, we're gonna say, Jerome, I see you watching, and we're gonna call you on it, okay? So, just to give you guys all that forewarning, I believe you need to sign in. If you have yet to sign in, please sign in. I heard there's duck races going on later. Okay, I think it's for door prizes, and I believe that it's for members only. Okay, so in saying that, before we go to the adoption of minutes and adoption of rules, I'm gonna ask Chief Wilf Adam to come and do his welcoming address. So here's Chief Wilf.
Masayasi. Jane. Winzu. Panis and the. In West End. Such a baited. And in a bear tani. I was such a buzu. Do a ten I such in a hardy dandy. I sees. It's seconds and years. 3 weeks. Oh, I get a was. Maybe I should wear a mask. Anyways, Winzu, Jane, Babine signed the doc within. Chinese and the good exchange, Jane at the dead, say, Mohanitsan. Oh, okay. At the dead, it's like, what, I was come. But Jane, anyway, in my head, so wakas, kay Sonye, and check why you did. Jedons and it needs a word. Sonye, wakas 5 is over 100,000. And bam, and have a giant and no need of peons. Honest chain, no the sustain and a layer. Two, why you the social why you. Jane, the sign of the station, they don't deal. That's about all I wanted to say, just because I still have my report to do later. I was just gonna leave it as that, because I just wanted to speak our language. because we're Lake Babine people. We're not white people or anything else. So I just wanted to leave just speaking our language. It's important that we know our language. It's important mainly because that's who we are as American people, is our language that makes us strong. In my language, I basically said that, I welcome the people from Babine and people that live here. Unfortunately, and Hatchet are here. It's unfortunate that we can't get as many people here due to the accommodations. There's only limited rooms available in town. And the enormous cost of bringing everybody from elsewhere to come in. We budgeted, there will be a budget report later on this morning. And it will show how much we're spending. We're spending over 100,000 and more just to do the assemblies. The assemblies are important. Yes, money is important, but the information is more important. The information that will be given out by the employees of Lake Babine to report to you of how they are doing their jobs throughout the year. You will listen to that. Please be attentive to all the reports that will be coming in today and until Friday. And I just want to say to welcome you. And let's make this event a very good event where that we can exchange good, positive ideas. And in a good way that, we can move forward. There's always people that have negativity. Just never mind that. Only way we can move ahead, especially with this government, the way they're trying to move things really quickly. The only way that we're gonna move forward is to work together. As a lot of the elders have said in the past, because they know and they've seen it happen. So I just want to say welcome to all the Lake Babine members that are here. And let's make this a good event for the week so that we can move forward in a positive manner. Masai Cho.
Masai, Chief, how somber those claps are. Everybody must be like sad from Team Canada losing this. I know I was up real early to watch them, but but thank you, Chief. Thank you again. He will be back later for his report. I have to check my phone. I get a lot of messages. Yeah, there's to-go containers by all means. I don't know what time they'll take the food away, but try to do it quietly if you are gonna take some food home. When the snack is out, I know we need to be very quiet because of reports, and we have very limited time. I did go through the rules. I believe we need to adopt these rules. I'm not sure if we want to put a time limit on sign-ins for door prizes. 10 AM, okay, good. So we'll write that down. Anybody that shows up after 10 AM will not be part of the door prizes. Resolution procedure. I see Rosa and Priscilla Kraus. I always want to say Scylla, but I have to be professional. Priscilla Kraus is here in the back corner, and they will be taking resolutions. Please go see those two, and here is the procedure. In the event of a resolution, the following should occur. The initiator will need to inform the resolution committee, which is Priscilla and Rosa and anybody else. Upon approval, resolutions will be presented to members of the assembly. Julian and I will request for a mover and a seconder to be present. So if you are gonna do a resolution, you have to be here on Friday. Discussions on resolutions, if there are any additions or deletions to the resolution, both Julian and I to confirm with the mover and seconder for the agreement. The resolution will be presented in final form for a vote by Julian and I. We'll have runners and we'll show who the runners are. They'll be the ones counting by a show of hands for approval, denial, and abstentions of the resolution. If decisions is to be tabled, the resolution, the chair will announce, both Julian and I will announce that it is tabled until the next AGA. Resolutions cannot be about specific individuals or personnel issues. Resolutions cannot contravene LBN's funding agreements. Resolutions cannot contravene federal and or provincial labor laws and human rights. That's our resolution procedure. So please see the resolution committee in the back corner if you have any. Good. I'm going to ask, before we move on, I'm gonna ask co-chair Julian to go through the agenda for the next few weeks, or for this week, next few weeks. That's how long it's gonna take, you guys are here, okay? Check.
Hopefully it doesn't feel like a few weeks. Okay, thanks Darcy. So for today, after we bring the agenda in, we'll have the chief come back up and give his report. Then we'll have a little break in an hour at 10:30 before we start our finance and administration portion of the AGA. And that's gonna run through most of the day, from after the break right up until 3:30. We'll have the administration, the finance and auditors report, the human resources report, grant writing, Indigenous skills program, and the comprehensive community plan, followed by the communications report. And then after that, we will get an update from the economic development folks. And then dinner at 5, so that's today. So we got finance administration and economic development for today. We'll do all the money talks. Day 2, we're gonna get into natural resources, governance, and the foundation agreement, as well as justice. And that's gonna take us all day. We'll have the natural resources report, followed by the foundation agreement report, the governance report, the environmental stewardship initiative report, fisheries, and justice. That will be Tuesday, tomorrow. Wednesday, we'll be moving on to community updates, including the Fort Babine, Tatchet, Old Fort, and Donald's Landing reports. Followed up by the capital and infrastructure and housing. And then after that, we will get to the education, early childhood, and employment and training to take us through till the end of Wednesday. And then after dinner, there's gonna be a community talent night. Oh yeah, sorry, for Tuesday, there's gonna be a Meduden cultural night. Thursday, we're gonna be doing the health, social development, and child and family reports. Followed lastly by LBN business, which will include the child and family report continued, the forestry, the gas bar, Tallock fisheries, and the Burns Lake Native Development Corp report. And then on Thursday night, we have Corduroy coming in to play a nice little family dance. So shine up your dancing shoes for Thursday night. We're gonna have corduroy in. That's gonna be awesome. Love watching those guys play. And then our final day, Friday, will be LBN resolution. So stay tuned for that. We'll be closing a little bit early on Friday. And this agenda and everything that you need, you can find in this here nice book. August the 27th annual Lake Babine Nation General Assembly book. So if you want to follow along with the schedule and everything like that. So enough about that. How about we adopt this agenda? Darcy already went over the rules, which he had stated. You got the main rules. We've been through that. We all know this. We've done this 27 times already. Well, everyone who's old enough. So Darcy, let's adopt this agenda. Why don't we?
Awesome, yes, let's do that. So to move forward, I need a mover and a seconder. I see Bill's hand up as a mover and I see Marvin's hand up as a seconder. Good, so I need you to be here all week. Because if anything needs to change either tomorrow, Wednesday, Thursday, we need to ask our mover and seconder if we are allowed to change anything to this. That's how our rules work. So I asked Marvin and Bill to be here all week, so please, if you can, we'll just go into a vote right away then. All in favor of the agenda that Julian and myself and the rules be adopted for this assembly for the week. All in favor, put your hands up, say yes. Yep. All those that say no. All those, oh, Fabian and Nathan said no, they're laughing, so I know they're joking. All those that abstain. Abstain means you don't wanna say yes or no. Good, so by majority, we will move forward with the agenda and rules. Do you remember we put the 10 AM limit? So text your family. Okay? Good? Awesome. We'll move straight into it because we have so much reports. You heard what Julian just read out, and we have to stay on time today as much as we can. And even to our presenters, those that are not here, I'm gonna remind all presenters to stay within limit. Please do not come see Julian and I if you wanna fundraise, that's not our decision, it is the decision of the crew in the back with Marilyn as CEO and Bernard as COO and the AGA Planning Committee. So please do not come see us. We're probably gonna say no, or probably gonna just send you to them, okay? Good. Again, oh, are we ready to jump? Before we go any further?
I've just been informed we're almost ready for drumming, so I know we're gonna try to keep this schedule as best as we can, but we've already had a little bit of mix up with some of the drumming. But it is coming, I've just been informed Eugene is on his way and he's got some backup drummers. So stay tuned for that very quickly here.
Yes, thank you, Julian. And I just got a text to remind that we are on Silcasco territory. We are in their building. We are using their wonderful space. So I would like to acknowledge and thank Silcasco, their chief and council, their elders and their youth for allowing us to be and do our business on their territory. So thank you to Silcasco, formerly known as Burnside Band. We'll continue, I don't see anybody drumming over there yet. 2 minutes? 2 minutes, good, okay.
And just a reminder to everybody that the live feed is not a Zoom, it's a YouTube. And you can find it on the Facebook page for Lake Babine Nation. So there's a live feed for that, and it is on YouTube.
You could share it. I do have the link. If you have my cell phone or my messenger or my email, send me anything. I'll send that to anybody. Please let your families know that are on YouTube right now. I do have the link. While we're waiting for the drummers, I would like to acknowledge the rest of the chief and council that are here. I see with that Counselor Bessie West. Are you still here? Are you able to stand? Wave. Counselor Lyle Michelle, I think was here. Oh, he went on to drum, okay. Awesome, Lyle is here. Jason is there. Jason, Counselor Wyoming, Council, Jason. Counselor Deb Weiss is here. I see Counselor Melvin Joseph was running around. Yep, there he is. I knew he was here. Am I oh, I know I saw my Tachet counselors. I always say my Tachet because I feel like I'm so Tachet. I see Millie George here. Hello, Millie George. Speech, just kidding. Dolores Alec was here, I saw. She's drumming too, okay, all those elders, eh? I know Old Fort counselors here also. Old Fort counselor Aaron Alec is probably out there getting ready to drum also. Oh, yes. And Wyoming Council, Baby and Michelle is here also. There he is. We're gonna wait. Thank you for coming, Baby. And I think our drummers are ready to rock and roll. Bossman. Tell him, okay, thank you, Bernard.
Do you know why God did not rescue John the Baptist?
Oh, I heard somebody's video on. Gotta do a speech every time I hear a video, okay? Gotta come up and do a report. Just kidding. Really quiet.
Say joke.
We'll some have dad jokes. Nobody likes my dad jokes. My kids don't laugh at my jokes anymore. They really don't like it. Okay. Yeah, here they come. Here are some drummers to lead us the way. Here they come.
Good God! Ladies and gentlemen, please rise for the Lake Babine Hereditary Chief Drummers. Welcome to the 27th annual AATA. Nation's finest dancers.
Awesome. Oh, Ron, honey. I'd like to acknowledge Ron. He just turned 40 years old on Saturday. 40, happy birthday, Ron.
Rize Tatesi Saide Misakti Misakti Ki Ben Misakti Udinafte Dekabi Tanai Deon the non Moadi De Kai He that is business with that Anzi needs and eighth that is so no recording please and we're gonna do the national anthem to start out the business here.
Eugene, you wanna, somebody, pause the recording, please, on the Zoom? Thank you. There's the drummers, Heidi, Will Passway Jr., Hereditary Chief, the San Luis and Diwali Patrick, and NP. Hereditary Chief, Lantan Satanati Lee, Marianne West. Hereditary Chief and Counselor Dolores Salek, London. Hereditary Chief, just thank you, Santa Chisa Michelle. Hereditary Chief, Latamasu, and Counselor Jason Charlie Pastiliak. Hereditary Chief from Latamasu, Nihadi Vanessa Bo Patrick. And new Hereditary Chief from Latamasu, Lyle Michelle, Counselor. Weekends, and another new Hereditary Chief up here, Darcy Dennis,
Steve. And forgive me for being late, I just pulled in from Milano, Italy this morning. Had a great days here.
Awesome. Thank you, Chief. Thank you to the LBN drum group. Awesome. Good. Good. Thank you again, everybody. Maybe they can come back at lunch. You wanna do one song?
Do we wanna see an encore?
Yeah, one more song, two songs.
Let's hear it, do we want an encore?
Yeah.
Babine drummers.
Recording is back in
We've
progress.
got a couple minutes till Chief Wilkes report, so let's give him a rockin' one.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna bring the mic over so they can hear you on. Do you know what this little thing is called that's on our Zoom? That's called the.
Darcy's gonna call it mini me. One goal there. All the dancers, you got out there, dance. Let me take a
Is done.
Coba kayo. Langsung na, listen na. Our, you will hear today. The financial report is in good standing. The benefits are going to Ontario, the benefit is going to New York, not Lake Babine. We need to change. When we were in Vancouver, by that time, Christy Clark was the premier. I told Christy Clark, I'm sick and tired of administering poverty. Whereas, we have lots of opportunities, lots of value in our forest industry. We have lots of value in our mining. We have to participate in that and benefit from it. If we don't, I told Christy, we're gonna shut this business down. That's where the foundation agreement started. And just to point out, we hired a chief negotiator, but we're gonna finish off and make sure that the governments abide by the agreement that they agreed to. I'd like to introduce, he will make his report, I believe, tomorrow. Troy, is it tomorrow? Troy Chalford, and he sent up for him. He's our new chief negotiator. And his assistant, Heather. That's her name. Always joke. I got an email from Heather. Always good news. And the other person I'd like to, don't see him, but I've seen him earlier. Dwayne, are you here? Dwayne Krause? He has taken the challenge of running with our forestry department. When we started off the foundation agreement, we had less than 1% involvement or an agreement with the province on our forestry revenue within the territory. Right now, we stand nearly 65% that we participate or run the forestry department in our territory. And we're aiming to make it 100% soon. So we're on our way. The people in Patchak and Fort Babine, finally, your community buildings will be started very soon. And I'm really happy. That's part of the agreement that we are making sure that it happens. But there are other, here at the Wyoming, in talks with BC Hydro. I want them to remove that substation that they have there. Because I want that land where that substation is and the right of way going up to the main power line. Where, if you ever been up to the Nisga'a country, they have a hall that can seat up to 2,000 people. That's the kind of hall I want to build up here. And I know with all of us working together, we can achieve it. And once BC Hydro takes their substation hub, we'll take the right of way. And we want a school built, a proper school for our young people. Put there. I talked about some of the major projects that are, the Canadian government are fast tracking a lot of major projects within Canada. And one of the projects they're really pushing for is the this government, with Prince Rupert Gas Transmission. To build a gas, pipeline going right through our territory, right through Port Babine. That's the hang up right now, is of how it's gonna go under the lake and the river. We are salmon people, and we gotta make sure that the salmon are not disturbed. So those are the kind of talks that we are in with the Canadian government. We have to make use of our territory. In the past council, they bought OPEC Lodge behind where the mine is in the right land area. And we gotta make use of it. We will be working with the Parish County Family Services to help us, and will help them to start to have our child and welfare programs under our control. It's called G6, meaning that we take full control of all the programs of the provincial government through the ministry are doing. We're on the early stages, there will be a lot of meetings happening within the communities in regards to child and family issues. And a lot of issues that deal with how we, our own issues, how we deal with the land issues, working with the hereditary chiefs. We're working with the hereditary chiefs, because one of the things that, we set aside money to build a building for the hereditary chiefs. Once the hereditary chiefs can get together and move ahead, certainly there's other projects other than the building that can happen. So, as council, we're very busy in dealing with these type of issues. And like I said, there's many issues that we will be dealing with. When I was talking about the foundation agreement, it's an agreement between the province of British Columbia and, but we're bringing in the federal government because they have the jurisdiction. We have to talk within the Canadian Constitution. So the federal government holds a lot of power, and we're gonna wrestle some of those powers back with them. That's true his job. And certainly, that's what we're gonna be doing. We're gonna be very busy. You guys are gonna be very busy, because we're gonna start up a lot of the groups, the focus groups or the working groups or whatever that we're gonna come up with. We're a population of 2,500 members. And I got a call this the other day saying that there's one of our members, they have twins. The mother-in-law was frantic, calling Millie. Her granddaughter, Shakira, sitting right beside Millie. She's gonna have a baby. And originally thought it was gonna be 20 months, one. So, Shakira, I know that we're due in March. I hope that, it's a very healthy baby, which it will be. And others, that, we have a baby right there. That's And we have many other people that will be coming. Wow. Now that makes me feel old. Stand up, this is going to be coming down.
I'm the great grandma.
And Millie is a great grandma. Anyways, I think it's important that we do as much as we can to help our citizens. Wherever they live. Yes, we have people living off the reserve. And, you know, we have never, I've heard that we always forget about how people we have. Because most of the programs that we get from Canada and British Columbia, 95% of it is geared for on-reserve programs. So it doesn't leave much to help off-reserve people. That's why we really need to get some of our own source revenue coming in to help all of our members, wherever they are, and to keep moving ahead. So I thank you for listening to me, and certainly I know that, you know, this is going to be a great week because there's a lot of good stuff that's happening within our nation. And you know, listen out to all the reports that will be given out to you. Chairs, you guys are doing an awesome job so far, and let's keep it moving. Just like children.
Awesome. Thank you, Chief. Give him a hand, everybody. Chief, before you head off, we have 4 minutes. If there's anybody that has a question for Chief, I'll ask Steve to run around with a mic if there's any questions. I see 4 questions. I'll go with you first, and then we'll go to David if we have the time, and then to Emma, and then to Mark if we have the time. Bernard, Jackie, you wanna put up your hand again, Jackie? Bernard, N first. Jackie. While we're waiting for the mic to get to Jackie, I want to remind everybody, Carrier Secani Family Services has a table out in the hallway. Please check it out at break time. Go ahead, Jackie.
Denise Cycles by Cycles of John Bellis of Seconds. Sinette, Mayor Nicholas, Sabit, the late Bill Holland. I want to thank you, Chief Bill Babine, for everything that you're doing and all the hard work and dedication to take me away from my family. I have, I think, 4 questions. You had mentioned earlier that you have taken the nation out of a deficit place. Are you able to elaborate on that? And what prevention is taking place to avoid that future? Because when you're working towards the foundation agreement, which is meaning independence, that means that the internal finances needs maintenance for surety for all members. And I am pleased to hear that the LBN is progressing. My other question is in regards to Andrika. David, Eddie, and Rustad are wanting to repeal Andrika. What is the stance on avoiding this amendment and repeal? And how will this impact our foundation agreement? And the other one, the last one, sorry, off-reserve participation. Could that not be placed in the government negotiations? This is the different here. Outside.
I need to answer when all four are done, or?
No, you can answer. Yeah, answer each question because we might not have time for all four. I'll ask Chief to answer each question just for time purposes because we may not have time for the rest of the speakers. Thank you, Jackie.
I'll try to be brief, but it's important when I say that, getting the nation out of deficit, meaning that that nation ran out of money. And we had to borrow or take from other programs. And those are the two hardest issues. Because we had to downsize the staff. We had to downsize the programs that we're delivering to our nation. I don't ever want to see that happen again. And when I came back, I told the council that I want an unqualified audit, which we are getting this year, planning. This means that, we have all the monies that we need for programs to keep running to the speed. We cannot hold pay or steal, or I shouldn't say steal. We should borrow from other programs to make sure that we get some of the services that we need. So that's what I meant of, getting the band on it. And I gotta make sure that the band stays in good standing with all levels of funding, all levels of government to deal with. We gotta make sure that happens. And that's what we're doing as council together. UNDRIP, to me, it's a done deal. They can't undo UNDRIP. If they try, they'll go to court. If they try, we will stand up to the government. We will stop everything in our territory when they try that. That's how serious we are. When I talked about the forestry, I talked about mining, I talked about the pipelines. The funding there is one source revenue, meaning that it comes to our territory, to the nation, where we can spend it in the best way we can for all our members. And when we do that, when we participate in mining, we participate in forestry, and we participate in pipelines. There's a lot of revenue there that it's up to the nation of how we spend that money. And that's where we can really help the officer population. That's what we're doing right now, give you an example. The relief fund, we gave 2 relief funds already. That is because of our own source strategy. That's not money coming from government for anything, it's our own money. And that's what we're gonna continue, making sure that, the officer population do get recognized and be helped by the nation as much as we can. So,
Awesome. Thank you, Chief. Thank you, Jackie. Great question. I'm gonna we're gonna keep going with questions until snack is out. And I'll go to David Tom next, and then I have Emma Palmatier, and then I have a question that was sent to me, if we have the time. And then I'll get Garnet on the list.
Thank you, Chief and councilors and members. I live in Fort Babine. I heard your report. And I heard all the money, the stuffage money going down south. With those logging truck company taking our numbers in our area in Fort Babine. One night I stayed up, how many trucks I count? 72 trucks. I told Robbie next day, I stayed up 72 trucks in our backyard. And not one of our members working there. And I wanted to know, you say we don't get stumpage money from each community, Fort Babine, Ketchick, and Lake Babine. But what I'm gonna say is, I'm gonna have my members in Babine. I want to have a meeting with them, so we can just locate the road, no more logging truck in our backyard. Cause we don't see the money, and you guys don't see the money either, that's what you said, right? Cause it's not right for our members need help, there's nobody to help them, so I'm gonna deal with my members in Babine. I know there's two members here. That's my question, but we need some money back from the forestry from our territory because they'll be knocking all our trees in our backyard. So that's my answer, thank you.
Thank you, Dave, for your comment. I totally agree with you. That's why we started our own forestry department. And you will be hearing from our forestry department either Wednesday or Thursday. And they will explain to you of how they're getting the revenue from forestry, where it's spending it. You will hear it.
No, we don't see it on forestry, that's where we don't see it in Babine, communicate with our members, they're doing things behind our back. So the better start putting their thumbs up, deal with our members, thank you.
Thank you, David. And I suggest you ask those people when they come in.
Thank you. Thank you, Chief. And David, Chief is correct. Forestry is on Thursday afternoon. So please, we'll make sure that we get those questions to you. We need to put time limits on the questions now, Emma. And then I have a couple, just because I want to get to everybody. Okay, Emma? So I'll give it to Emma. I have one question and then we'll go to Garnet.
Thank you. I was gonna be long-winded, well, I know you, but I thank you for your report. I've been trying to meet with you for the past 3 weeks, but you're busy. But the important thing that I want to bring up is your report, the foundation agreement. Last year in January, Bessie on Facebook, she wanted resume or a call out to members interested to be part of the advisory team. So I sent my resume and letter of interest. I wanted to be on governance, family and justice. The reason why I want to be on there, because I know the funding, I know what we can do. I'm very worried about our theme is authority. I'm kind of worried. I have Ban Council resolution back in 1950. You know, amalgamation, what Indian agent did to our people in 1950, where the Indian agent forced our people to move from Old Fort to Babine to everywhere. And it was not their choice. And they did vote properly, they weren't consulted properly. So my late dad told me at that time when they did that, the people had a tough time moving. So what I want to recommend to you, Will, as our leader, is that we should form task force reps from Babine, Old Fort, Tetchet, Donald's Landing, Burns Lake, to work on this amalgamation. I know that Indian agent, the Canada government owes Lake Babine a lot of money. I have the VCR that was signed back in 1950. The chief back then was Patty Leon, and the counselors were Jimmy Donalds from Donald's Landing and other Robert Abraham, Sam Patrick. But you know, we can use this VCR as evidence to negotiate with the government to, get our funding from them to bring our community back, give out Old Fort Thomas Landing. We have so many of our people, Nahal family, they live in Vancouver, Kamloops, Prince George, Memphis, Prince Rupert. It's not by their choice, it's because what Indian agent did to us, so what I wouldn't mind recommending to you as our leader is that you get task force established with reps from Babine, for all the communities to work on this, because it's very important. We can negotiate funding from Canada to give us the money to bring our people, move our people home, give up the old Fort and Donald's Valley. I know hard to say that Desiree and her husband fundraising on their own to build that won't happen. But it's doable, we can do it, so I just want to recommend. There's a lot of things I want to bring up, but I know it's times of it important. But I wouldn't mind setting a date, a time to meet with you to bring up the concerns I have, the schedule.
Thank you, Emma. The working groups, Debbie and Bessie. I talked to them because they're gonna really start ramping up the working groups again. And I like your hospital proposal. Let's talk about it and see where we can take it. One of the problems with I see is Bessie and I, we were at an event last week in Vancouver. And the Indian lady, or the INAC or CERNA, or what the hell they call them, you know, they cut back on specific claim funding. It used to be 18 million a year, now it's less than 4 million a year. That's across Canada. So that's a huge cutback, so let's work together on how we can make this happen. Let's sit down and look at the parameters, look at how the policies and how we can make it a reality.
Awesome, thank you, Chief. Thank you, Emma. I do have one question that was sent to me, those that are online. It'll be a quick, I think we're waiting for one more item for the snack. This was from Victor Tom. What is Chief and Council doing to improve the communications with membership?
This, we hired a new communication officer. I don't see Frank. Oh, Frank is right there. He's our communication officer. He used to work for the Prince George Citizen. He's a local boy. So he knows Burns Lake inside out. And okay. He is revamping if you ever go into our website, it's really outdated. It's not user friendly. And Frank is going to make it very user friendly. If you get a chance, go to Tuason, their website. It's really user friendly with the members. And that's what I want to see happen at Lake Mead, where we have a lot of information that we have to make sure what goes out to the members. I notice I always hear, well, I'm not good with computers, or I don't have a computer. Well, let's find a way of how we can make that happen. With there are a lot of other programs where they can give us laptops, or they can give us iPads or whatever. Let's look into that, so that make sure that each household has some kind of electronic communication. But we really need to have that. needs to take time and place. You know, there's a lot of things better than Facebook out there, so let's make sure that, you know, we get all the information that we do have tonight. And we are working on that issue of communication.
Awesome. Thank you, Chief. Garnet, I do have you on the list, but I would suggest you the cool snack is ready. And we do have finance and administration to report on. So I'm gonna ask Chief, thank you for all your contributions and your report. And if Garnet and Chief, if you're okay, that Garnet come see you after. If he has any other questions, I do have another question for you and I'll get that to you and we can answer that somehow. And if you have any closing comments before we go on break.
Just a short comment, I will be here all through the AGA. And my phone number is always available to everybody. And if you don't know my business cell number, it's 250-692-0422. Think about that, I don't phone myself. But I'll be here and I'm glad to meet with anybody on that time.
Awesome. And Chief's here all week. And Chief, can you spell so awesome for us, please? Just kidding.
I know it's hard about cheap.
Thank you. Yes, so we will go on a quick 10-minute break. We are falling behind schedule a little bit. We'll take a 10-minute break. I'm gonna ask Bernard, Marilyn, Debbie West, and Carrie to come up right after break so we can get into your presentation ASAP. Please allow your elders to go first and those with medical conditions. We'll be back at 10:55. And those online will be back at 10:55. Thank you.
Okay, we have one approved elders 50-50. Billy has gone through all of the proper channels to get approval. He's fundraising on behalf of the elders, not himself. Although, I think he is an elder now. Okay, so yes, we'll be back shortly. Got a nice tasty looking snack over there. Go get some of that, get some energy for the finance report.
Yep. You did? I'm just giving an update on rides. Please see Sheena if you need a ride. And no, you don't need to ask if you need a ride to the store, that will not work. Just from your home to the AGA. Lake Babine Uber. Okay. I would like to remind of the elder honorarium. It is for members that are 60 years and older and need to be signed in with registration. So you have to sign in, you have to be 60 years and older. We'll make sure you get signed in. Good. Okay, we'll start with our next presentation. I'm going to ask. Babine.
Mary got here at 10:02.
I'll ask Counselor Deb West to start off with the administration report, then we'll have Marilyn, then we'll have Bernard, and then Carrie. Okay, go ahead, Debbie. Yeah, go ahead.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Debbie West. I'm the Wyoming Council for Lake County Nation. And my portfolio is finance and admin. Thank you all for joining us today. Welcome all the HCs, welcome the members, the babies in the house and the council. It's good to see everybody. So my portfolio is finance and admin, and I'm up here with the executive staff. We have Marilyn Joseph Williams, intern chief executive officer, Bernard Patrick, chief operations officer, and we'll be doing the Misty's report, chief finance officer, at 1 p.m. So first we have Marilyn. Thank you. Masaya. Hadi. Start the clock, then start, then the start the clock, then already out of the way. The period of technique, now parents and alternate said period. Sorry, Marilyn Joseph Williams, the Lake Babine Nation member, as the sa was an Lake Babine of BS wala ka to ni sa the it progressive the BS by governance pagkasasi ni pagkasasi abe next by interim chief executive officer November 8 Nissan Lake Babine Nation heavy mandate chief Will Technique heavy side not paid sa lake restructuring IFC the palak kay restructuring kay ni-attend it's a lay ukaya sa head na wala ka tani upat mandi pipeline kay industries na territory ukat niya that kaanin and it's ukang tapos yetsa ukang yetsa kay ni attend ni ukaya pretende kay kani wakaanin sa ni ani hapasini ka tustas ka tuwa di bukalet kay ni ay det ni wakaanin sa tuwa Jane Lea det wakaanin sa kay Chief and Council BCRI in the March 2025. The high level positions, the interim chief executive officer, chief operations officer, chief finance officer, the qua, any chief and council, any divided, like palaki, so that awaits and any ang apas dali kay HR policy hayas ni makalit sa ten. Kay ide health director applicants ani habas dili la buscas patuano na peadetes ni habuscas patla it kay sa be it always it has and so qua LBN it that winning deny the qua applicants ani neighbors that get me kan ng own member Diane Matthews NDP Yunhan as is February 2025 it means to January 2026 and Masai it's a dead need so kay health na name that as is the temporary the so listen na on Diane Masai Chong kay the HR business partner with a high level of Wixon Monday and their Patrick of Maye and it means type and access type and it so kay Uzi ka tuwa na bete soft na level na tuwa and na member and kani Ministry of Transportation and Transit Kabasmi the Haba Indigenous Relations Advisor the but United Steelworkers we have been kani workers have been attacked habudate to by consolidated that but school within the Juris Doctorate Hayasni kay Aboriginal law UDLE kay niya kay UDLE there when this is needed that kay HR policy dealt sa HCAs and not big daily kay HR strategy if ni when this is sana kay LBN Jin sa or Jin sa This late, I hope I said it. James, right? Then this late. In decades by anyway, who can by governance by election. We saw in decades, need that it's not non paid that the cars means and that they do unknown. Now we had that, I need that cultural safe workplace work. I guess me with kind of that. There, February 17th, it starts and we get then up to charge. HR operations lead with it. Fantanas Bjarnes and Edwin of member and the and by the then that we charge. But Kelowna Audit Baker needed there. With Sanage at Fisheries Department where they at then HR lead Panas and hiring then but the need o kaanin sa napea de area and days. And February 3rd starts a leave. The community wellness coordinator, the outfit was niche and be Okaanis and Napeades days of his endemic. The community navigator, I guess ni Jane Wayeni anyway, if on it needs anyway not member and the not custody, Julian Lolly and social worker and the CSFS would say a bit and 12 years is on a bit and it needs each time. But a new team because each side of Bernard can be what I would need. No, members 2,500 and the any a big meat for that or pot for that or lot what I would need when we on the community navigator, it needs me time, and it's also on Bewa Delhi. It's all a new, this is get the sub, but OPEC chief, the council, the layers, and things. I not really happy of the delta, the layers that will cut to them. Julian and sublet ng payoff that two apartments and Julian that's a year but Facebook email with a side it's up and but see it different from just patient travel is just our patient travel meet that our and by hardship me policy if I need that wala tali meet with that or not members but meet with that emergency I guess need it Julian and February 6th it starts a new people by restructuring it as high meet then by bala kay ni-audit niyo kay yes kasi outside the region. Kay Chief Executive Officer Awig papakayos health staffing Awig nurse hire ayat sa Kelly Gisbert part-time ayat Kelly Gisbert ayat ni LPN and Hatchet habi ata. Kay the Gowlings head by what's that today, Scott. Scott McCann ended not lawyer in the by Gowlings and Gowlings not be lawyer Adeli and by Walaka Industries a legal services for cousins and by Troy and Makaste and the things that by Walaka logo the trademark ayos ni in a balak ni Facebook wala plan kay na trademark ng LBN logo hayan dyan. So any of J Wixon hayitet si J LBN with set na holidays pagkan hayitet si kay employment cases with any Gowlings no advisors had any industry meetings mandate ko patwayos Troy and update ng testing. Kay the hardship policy the Julian yung paligid then kay no budget over sa league. Mga changes things and kay cap kay sana wala ka kay emergency heavy and shot if there is something of this that wala a cap and the so heavy emergency of the it that's of this that is kaya 2,500 members spending side I'll just say it in English. Crisis management, five or the kind of this meeting, Bernard, side of the this meeting, it can be not level, but easy for families, not they work, but not meet the maybe. And so it means with these type, any business work, heavy these type, and so it means that the prices, for what needs like that, a lot of heavy on and. Kay next afternoon, upart today, used to pay LBN Finance Management System certified to state. So good governance, I use me. Kay finance policy, governance policy, leadership policy, needs of that. That by leadership, the senior directors, by conflict of interest declaration form and confidentiality form signed like the FMS pagkalit sa next week it budgets is that pani fact about the finance and audit committee how was the daily do budgets because do is that April 1st, 2026 to March 31st, 2027. The president was Pagpasadeli. It was March 16 to 20th, it was chief and council, Pagpasadeli, any head of the Denny's, it was in this was Pagpasadeli. Kaya Pedesni, Masai Chow, heavy, not heavy away me, Walaka, Otsana, Ons, and they said me, but lots of funny, not members, only 2,500 and over. Like programs, services, on reserve, ons and that they urban members, our own source revenue and papale itata, wala tayo so tayo with that not paying needs of the mukha kani programs, big ones, education, health, child and family prevention, housing and income assistance, any hincha. Wala ka, heavy, not paying the need, but offense otherwise. Kaya FMS certificate, a good governing system. It's all like na pay on oddsing, a pagkalit sa ten. Not me, wakaas means and not led, wakaas means and wakaas that by hayayif that sana not led and got in charge this name and our business way corporate entity this deadly otsana this SB kana ons and Palagmi, First Nations, Otsana, Manil, Enga, Tebi, so Masai Chow. Now to explain it in our English. Good morning, my name is Marilyn Joseph Williams. I'm a Lake Babine Nation member and have been working for the nation for over 30 years. Over these years, I've held so many jobs. I stepped into various positions when asked by the LBN leadership. The reason why they always ask me is because I have the history. I started for LBN maybe when I was 20, but I worked as a student before, but that's how long I've worked. Pretty soon I'm gonna be thrown out to pasture. 3 years, maybe. So currently I am the governance director and on November 14th, I stepped in as interim chief executive officer. The nation has been busy with restructuring, hiring, and dealing with industry proponents. Human resources, there's been successful positions hired. Just to let you know that the Lake Babine Nation Chief and Council approved of a BCR that says that they are to hire the chief executive, the CFO, the COO, and there's a new position added, so they're the hiring personnel for that. The human resource hires for the senior management positions and the selection committee includes COO, CFO, and a human resource manager, and sometimes that would be me as well. Health director, not considered a high-level position, 3 applicants were interviewed. LDN decided to repost, but we also like to thank Diane Matthews, who was holding the health director position temporarily from February 25th to 2025 to January 2026. LDN thanks Diane for your past contributions in your temporary role and wish you all the best in your future endeavors. Give Diane a hand. HR business partner, not considered a high-level position. Darren Patrick, an LDN member, was a successful applicant. Darren worked with the Ministry of Transportation and Transit as the Indigenous Relations Advisor. He served as a staff representative for United Steelworkers, where he represented and educated workers in various capacities. Darren earned his Juris Doctorate specializing in Aboriginal law in 2021. Darren will plan, develop, implement, and assess HR policies, strategies, programs, and initiatives that advance a culturally safe work environment for the LPN staff. His start date was February 17th. HR operations lead, not a high level position. Tanis Bjarnason, an LDN member, was the successful applicant. She has a bachelor's degree in business management. She managed a bakery in Kelowna before returning back to Burns Lake, and she worked for Kellogg Fisheries as operations manager. Tanis will lead recruitment, hiring, onboarding, performance management, and employee relations at LDN. Start date February 3rd. We're still looking to hire a community wellness coordinator and a youth recreation lead and guardian supervisor. The community navigator is a position that we highly needed because a lot of the emergency requests from membership, we have 2,500 members, this was needed. So we had to we hired Julian Lawley, who's the successful applicant, and his background is social work, but he also had ideas of how to help out. He knows the resources and some programs that LDN could use. So we thought he would be a great asset to LDN. And when he starts, he's already started this job and has been really successful in finding or helping out, taking over the work that Bernard and myself and others take on, because sometimes it's overwhelming. So he was born in Burns Lake and he started February 6th. And his intention is to be a conduit between the public and the various department of the Babine administration. So Chief Executive Officer, I believe the job is advertised on the website. We also have a new nurse, part-time nurse, Kelly Ginsberg. She graduated from College of New Caledonia. She's an LPN. She's working for Ketchup. She has experience working in acute care, hospital, long-term care, palliative care, home care, and some public health areas. She's also running, oh no, that's Mary Ann, sorry. So our new lawyer, past lawyer was Scott McCann, and now we have Darlings. They're working on our logo and trademark and employment cases. Industry meetings will be covered off by Troy. And also Julian is using the hardship policy. We have 2,500 members, so keeping in mind that the more emergency it is, we help. But if it's not that much of an emergency, then we just give the one-time fund. But it's not, it has to be an emergency. Foundation agreement will be updated by Troy. FMS certified, good governance practices. LDN has gotten the certificate. Just to let you know that LDN leadership and senior directors signed the required forms, conflict of interest declaration and confidentiality forms. And because of this FMS, we thank Misty for that. Like Opa was saying, she was leading this, and it's been a success. Because of that, as well, program budgets are presented to the FAC at the March 2nd to 6th. Program budgets presented to Chief and Council March 16th to the 20th. So in between, like maybe September or December, there might be amendments to the budgets, but these are what we follow, which approve of these budgets and work plans, that's what we follow. And I want to thank you for all your patience with the administration. We have a lot of members. We have to service, most of the programs and services is for the on reserve, and that's what we are administering. With the urban, we will need our own source revenue to administer our services to them. To date, I believe we are doing our best. We have 2,500 members to provide our services to, and sometimes it gets overwhelming. The big programs are education, health, child and family, housing and income assistance. We have the FMS to ensure we adhere to a good governing system and the funders will feel at ease. We will need your help to do this. We are turning into a big corporate entity and we should operate as one. This is how the other First Nations are successful. First Nation operate, and this is why they are successful. Masai Show.
Thank you, Marilyn. We'll keep going with COO Bernard. I didn't want to bug you too much, but nobody could see your face online, Marilyn, because of your computer. So that's how she looks like, everybody online. That's okay. I know, because when we're having technical difficulties, we kind of disrupted Wilf, Chief's report, and he lost his train, so I didn't want to lose your train. So, but wanted to let you know that your computer was in your way.
Is that Miss Z?
Ma, that's
Oh,
Miss C
sorry.
right in front of you. All right. Yeah. Oh, here's Bernard Patrick.
At the side sa honest side alay ang report kami hatchet any when I of a community always be like a video system on I mean Facebook, YouTube, anywhere I live on and always be trying to deal honest side meeting always be trying. Same time we are not the less is spent carrying out presentation again of membership. The layout is membership. They are now new there needs and not really when presentation on the scene. I joke slightly that I today present this. I just wanted to say that I wanted to make it fast and I wanted to welcome all the members here, the audience today, and all the ones joining Facebook and YouTube Live and for Babine and who are joining in their community. And I wanted to give more time to Carrie out. She has a great presentation to do with membership. I know a lot of people have questions, concerns about that, and I think her presentation is really gonna help with that. So I just wanted to close it off real quick here and give more time to Carrie because I know she needs more time. I don't wanna take people's lunchtime too much, so. Aside from Jokosaki.
Okay, here. He doesn't need introduction. Here's Carrie.
Hariteo Betanzu Lai Korea Sabi Nakazu Silu Harisu Taxa title cut. Today I'll be for the first time presenting on OPN membership. I've been the Indian registration administrator position since November 2019. Since then, I've completed 190 birth registration applications, 21 of those being non-LPN applications, 1,173 secure certificate of Indian status applications, 123 of those being non-LPN. And I've completed 15 individual amendments. So during 2025, I've completed approximately 28 registrations, 13 of those being non-LPN. 104 SCIS applications, 15 of those being non-LPN, and 9 amendment applications completed. So this brings our current Lake Babine Nation population to 2,531 registered Lake Babine Nation members. What is Indian status? Indian status is the legal standing of a person who is registered under the Indian Act. The Indian Act is a federal Canadian law passed in 1876 that governs many aspects of life for First Nation people registered as status Indian. It sets out rules related to Indian status, preserves bad governance and federal government responsibility, and has historically been used to control and limit Indigenous rights, cultures, and self-determination. Changes to the Indian Act, Bill C-31 in 1985 amended the Indian Act and to end some sex-based discrimination, restore Indian status to many people who had lost it, especially women who married non-status men, and introduce the section 161 and 62 registration system, which created the second generation cutoff. Bill C-3 in 2011 addressed remaining sex-based discrimination in the Indian Act by extending Indian status to grandchildren of women who lost status through marriage to non-status men, correcting unequal treatment between male and female lines created after the 1985 amendment. Bill S-3 from 2017 to 2019 addressed ongoing sex-based discrimination in Indian registration by extending eligibility for Indian status to individuals and descendants who were still excluded after earlier reforms, with the goal of ensuring equal treatment of male and female lines in status entitlement. Bill C-38 would update the Indian Act to address registration and banning horrific timing issues, including extending timelines related to protests and clarifying administration process, while supporting the continued implementation of changes made under Bill S-3 toward eliminating sex-based discrimination. I believe that one, it'll take some time for it to be made into a law and implemented, so we ask for your patience for when that is updated. Section 10 versus Section 11 bans. Section 10, these First Nations have assumed control of their own membership through a process under Section 10 of the Indian Act. Indigenous Services Canada handles registration and affiliation, but they do not maintain the band list once control is the same. Being registered and affiliated does not guarantee membership. Individuals must apply directly to the community and meet the locally defined criteria. Membership code to access members only benefits. Section 11 ban. Membership lists are maintained by Indigenous Services Canada, the Indian Registrar, under the Indian Act. If someone is registered under the Indian Act and affiliated with a Section 11 ban, they are automatically added to the band's membership list and become full members. Access to community-specific programs, services, treaty rights, and benefits is automatic upon registration. Lake Babine Nation is a Section 11 ban. So in the green, I have those status category that can pass status down. And then in the red, I have non-eligible. And I'm explaining the categories. 6(1)(a) has full Indian status by birth and can pass status on to their children regardless whether the other parent has status. 6(1)(b) has Indian status for both parents. And like other 6(1) categories can pass status on to their children, even if the other parent does not have status. 6(1)(a)(1) gained full status as a result of amending that corrected sex-based discrimination, allowing individuals and their descendants who were previously excluded to be registered and pass status on their children. 6(1)(a)(2) has full Indian status as a result of later amendments that address additional sex-based inequities, restoring status to individuals and descendants who were still excluded after earlier reforms, and allowing them to pass status on to their children. 6(1)(a)(3) category has full Indian status as a result of the 2022 amendments to the Indian Act, which removed remaining sex-based inequities, often referred to as a second-generation cutoff issues, and restored status to individuals and descendants who were previously excluded with the ability to pass status down to their children. 6(1)(d) has full Indian status because both of their parents are registered or entitled to be registered. And like other 6(1) categories, they can pass their status on to their children even if the other parent does not have status. 6(1)(e) has full Indian status because one parent is entitled to registration under section 6(1). And like other 6(1) categories, they can pass status on to their children even if the other parent does not have status. 6(1)(f) has full Indian status because one parent is registered or entitled under section 6(2) and the other parent is registered or entitled under section 6(1), allowing the person to pass status onto their children. 6(2) category has Indian status but can only pass status onto their children if the other parent also has Indian status. If the other parent does not have status, the child is not entitled to be registered. And the 6(2) parent is where the status unfortunately stops. In the red, I have non-eligibility. 7(1)(a). Non-Indian women who gain status through marriage to Indian and subsequently lost that status unless she was entitled in her own right prior to her marriage. 7(1)(b). Child of a non-Indian woman who gains status only through marriage to an Indian man if his or her father is non-Indian. 7(d). Person who are unable to provide information showing that they have any ancestors who and were entitled registered under the section of the Indian Act. 2(d). Persons who have one parent entitled registered under section 6(2) of the Indian Act and the other parent is not Indian. 3(d). Persons who have only one grandparent entitled registered under section 6(2). Persons who have 2(d) not entitled parent and one Indian and non-Indian parent. So I have a visual basic entitlement chart. On the top left, we have two 6(1) categories, which makes their child a 6(1) category. The bottom, or the 100, if the parent is 6(1) and the other parent is 6(2) category, their child will be 6(1). On the top right, two 6(2) categories, their child will be 6(1) category. The one under that is a 6(1) category parent, and a parent not entitled to be registered or is unknown or unstated. The child will be 6(2) category. And at the very bottom, a parent registered or entitled under 16 categories and the other parent is not entitled to be registered, unknown or unstated, the child is not entitled to be registered, and the 16 parent is where the status unfortunately stops.
Okay, before you move on, it's getting too loud out there for other members to hear, so please quieten down. Thank you.
Birth registrations, what is required is a completed birth registration application and original birth certificate with parental information. Parent or legal guardian government issued valid photo ID front and back must be verified by the IRA or a guarantor. If applying for the SCIS status card at the same time, 2 passport style photos must be provided. Any supporting documents, guarantor declaration, if application is not completed by an IRA, statutory declarations in lieu of other parent signature or unstated parentage, change of name certificate, court documents stamped entered by the courts and signed by the judge, delegation letters, if applicable. Processing time ranges from 6 months to 2 years, depending on complexity. Standard applications are sent to Vancouver Indigenous Services BC region office. Complex applications are sent to Gatineau, Quebec, or Ottawa, Ontario. If you require urgent registration, you may submit a signed and stamped or signed or stamped letter from a doctor or a dentist displaying urgency for registration. This may help prioritize an application. Other information on applications is that the Métis are not registered under the Indian Act, so they do not apply for Indian status or for birth registration with Indigenous Services Canada. Métis identity and rights are recognized under the Constitution, Section 35, but their citizenship registry are handled through the Métis government organization, not Indigenous Services Canada. Indigenous people from outside of Canada, U.S. tribes or other countries, registration under the Indian Act is only for those who can provide descent from someone already entitled to status in Canada. Being a member of the U.S. tribe like the Navajo or Cherokee or another country's Indigenous nation does not automatically qualify for registration in Canada. However, if you have a parent or ancestor who is registered or entitled to be registered under the Indian Act, you may be eligible even if you were born outside of Canada. In that case, you need to submit the same birth registration application to Indigenous Services Canada with proof of your lineage. Secured Certificate of Indian Status application is the white plastic cards. Their license passport or driver's license has a photo ID, barcodes, hologram, security features to prevent fraud. The Secured Certificate of Indian Status is gradually replacing the older laminated Certificate of Indian Status. SCIS both may still be used as valid, but SCIS status cards are recommended. How to apply? You would complete a SCIS application, provide one piece of valid government-issued photo ID, must be verified by a guarantor or an IRA. Interim ID is acceptable with the use of a guarantor declaration. Photo options, you can utilize the SCIS photo app, available on Google Play or the Apple Store, and or you can provide 2 passport style photos. The reverse of one must be signed by the guarantor or an IRA. Processing, after completing your application, it's mailed to Gatineau, Quebec. As SCIS processing unit, once it's received there, it takes approximately 12 to 16 weeks. If not received after this time, you must contact the Gatineau office via phone or email. There's absolutely no way to expedite SYS applications. There are no exceptions. Expiration, ages 15 and under, they have a 5-year expiry. Ages 16 and over have a 10-year expiry. Status cards expire to ensure they remain secure, accurate, and reliable. Photo identity accuracy. Photos and personal details change over time, especially for children and youth. Fraud prevention. Regular renewal helps reduce misuse, loss, or stolen card fraud. Security standards, the SCIS includes security features that must be updated periodically. Consistency with other ID, like passports and driver's license expiry, ensures the card reflects current information. Expiry does not mean the person loses their Indian status. It only means the card must be renewed to continue using it as valid proof of status. If you haven't received your SCIS status card within 14 to 16 weeks, the processing period, you must contact GATNO office directly. The processing unit needs to hear from you directly, and you must be prepared to state your application date. Waiting beyond this time frame without contacting the office may result in having to reapply. There is a difference between applying with Lake Babine Nation with me and applying in Vancouver. The difference with LBN is I complete the application and within a week I mail it out to Gatineau, Quebec. That's where all the process and all the applications go to. It takes 6 days to get to there from here, and it goes through their mail room, and that's why it takes so long, because every band in Canada sends their applications to Gatineau, Quebec. And it depends on their backlog is how long it takes. Right now, I believe they're averaging about a month. Vancouver, applying there, they utilize the digital application system, DAS, which uploads their applications directly to Gatineau, Quebec, which is why it's less time for Vancouver applications to be processed. Life events, to record a marriage, an original marriage certificate if the new surname is not yet on the valid ID, an original declaration of surname on marriage or written statement, a copy of the valid photo ID showing new surname. To record a divorce, we need a copy of the certificate of divorce or degree absolute, an original request to record divorce form. Amendments are for existing personal information that Indigenous Services Canada already has. To amend the existing information, you need to submit a original request to amend individual information forms. Any originals, supporting documents for any of the following updates: legal change of name, sex, gender, birthday, reverting to a previous or leading name, add an alias, updating your province or residence, adding parental information, and category change status category amendments. Marriage amendments and divorce updates can be completed at the same time as a SCIS card application, and all required documents are submitted with the application. Reporting a death. To report a death, you must provide a copy of acceptable documentation, vital statistics, death record or extract, coroner's report, church death certificate, burial permit, or interment certificate. If a death is not properly recorded with Indigenous Service Canada, the individual will remain on the ban list. They will be active. Lake Babine Nation currently has 13 unrecorded deaths brought down from over 300 in the years I've been in this position, with a lot of research, utilizing knowledgeable members and online resources provided by Indigenous Services Canada. To obtain a death certificate, the date of death, place of death, and residence at time of death is required in order for me to order a death certificate from Vital Statistics. Another option to report death is through statutory declarations from one or more family members submitted to the BC Regional Office in Vancouver. Bank transfers by BCR to and from Lake Babine Nation. Transfers from Lake Babine Nation to another bank, you must contact the bank you wish to transfer to and follow their transfer process. It is the receiving bank's IRA who must submit the transfer documents to the BC Regional Office as per their own procedures. Transfers to Lake Babine Nation, and update is that Lake Babine Nation is not currently accepting bank transfers until a new process is developed and implemented to fit our nation as per March 2025 resolution. That resolution states Lake Babine Nation will develop and Lake Babine Nation membership policy committee consisting of LBN's membership, one council member, one executive member, and additional staff consultants as identified by Lake Babine Nation. Lake Babine Nation will develop an LBN membership policy that addresses the needs of the LBN community's members and its program services. The previous LBN bank transfer process was an individual would contact membership with intent to transfer to Lake Babine Nation. Membership would start a package to present to LBN Council. Bank transfer package included a letter of reason stating who you were, your ties to Lake Babine Nation, and a bit about your background. And pre-filled Indigenous Services Canada transfer consent for an adult or for each child or dependent adult. The bank transfer in process that is in draft right now, in progress. You would contact membership with intent to transfer Lake Babine Nation's membership would send you the bank transfer package to complete. This includes this bank transfer instructions page and checklist. This states everything you need. So the first one is this page, and you would include a letter of reason which states your full name, current registration information, current contact information, and mailing, and state why you would like to transfer to Lake Babine Nation, your ties to Lake Babine Nation, about yourself, and what you can contribute to Lake Babine. You would provide a copy of your birth certificate with parental information, an application form, the application form allows consent for LBN membership to contact your current bank to confirm information provided for those applying for bank transfer. You would provide a family tree genealogy, which allows LBN to see your family lineage, your ties to Lake Babine Nation. And you would pre-fill Indigenous Services Canada consent forms for adult and for each child dependent adult. And there would be an X amount of non-refundable administration fee for each applicant, including minor children or dependent adults, in which the payment can be made to the Babine Nation Finance Department. So applicants must submit a criminal record check for each applicant ages 16 and over. Applicants must attend the AGA in person at their own expense to present themselves and prepare a speech to the Alien communities as to why they would like to transfer to the Babine Nation. Applicants would be prepared for a 1-year probationary period before the Albion Bank Transfer Committee presents a decision. And a suggestion is, would applicants would be required to convey and return a package to membership on or before no later than 2 months before the next AGA in person or at the Wani Administration Building or through mail. So there were suggestions and concerns brought forward for bank transfers. Bank transfers need to confirm Lake Babine Nation lineage, as Lake Babine Nation traditions are matrilineal. There is a suggestion that bank transfers don't have access to certain services for X amount of time. For example, transferring to Lake Babine for maybe education and then transferring out, that was a concern. Another concern is hunting and trapping on LBN territory. And another concern was those who transfer to multiple bands. Acceptable identification for all services. Indigenous Services Canada generally accept current, not expired government issued photo ID, such as the Canadian passport, driver's license, provincial or territorial photo ID card, the SIS card, or permanent resident card if applicable. All ID must be valid, issued by a government authority, and show a clear photo. Please note when accessing services through Lake Babine Nation, original cards and birth certificates with parental information must be presented, but the originals are now not submitted. Certified copies and send it to Indigenous Services Canada because I have I'm certified integrity document officer, CO certified. If you lost all your ID, your first step would be to visit a PC services office or to visit their website to order your birth certificate. The fee is $27 and you're responsible for this fee. Once your birth certificate arrives, you can begin applying for other forms of ID. When to contact Indigenous Services Canada if you moved or if information is changed or if you want to update or if you need an update or check the progress of the completed application. You contact the National Band List Program with your application date, Monday to Friday, 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. Eastern Time. You can phone 1-800-567-9604 or email infopubs. That is most effective. Be sure for any recently registered or those who transferred to contact First Nation Health Authority to access health benefits and update your information. You can do that by calling 1-855-550-5454 or visit the FNHA website This includes prescription drug coverage, dental and vision benefits, enrolling newly registered children or dependents. Other information is third-party requests are not accepted. Lake Babine Nation members ages 16 and over must contact membership directly. Once you turn the age of 16, Indigenous Services Canada considers you an adult. Your information is your personal and confidential information, and you must request this on your own as the Indian Registration Administrator must protect your information. For any members ages 15 and under or dependent adults, a parent or legal guardian must contact membership and provide required documentation. Consent to release information for service providers. Service providers assisting LBN members must provide one of the following before collecting any information: a signed and dated consent to release information form or a written email consent from the member. Verbal consent may be accepted if the member is present during the call, the member answers security questions, the member verbally authorizes to release of information and must state what information is they want to specifically allow. I've created a authorization or withdrawal forms, consent for another individual to access the information or a company or organizations. It is now available for Lake Babine Nation who wish to authorize an individual or company to access the information, withdraw previous given authorization, ensure your authorization or withdrawal of consent is up to date and submitted as required. Services not provided by Lake Babine Nation membership. I please ask you to consult trained professionals for the following services: Canadian passport applications or photos, wills and BC estate, Indian residential school settlement applications, First Nation drinking water settlement applications, First Nation child and care settlement applications. I do have general information here on BC wills and BC estates for those unreserved, and I do have these resources on the website. This information was sent to me by Indigenous Services Canada and is available on the website. So if you have any questions about Lake Babine Nation membership services, you can call Lake Babine at 50692-4700, call 318-692-3214, and I have my email displayed, and everything is available on the website. I would say the site's gold.
I just want to mention quickly, the transfers is not, the council still needs to look at that and approve it, and I think that's only gonna be temporary until the governments can have their hand in it. So just to let you know that. I also wanted to thank the AGA committee for all the work that they've done so far. They're Carrie Alec, Roxanne Alec, Tania Michelle, Sheena Joseph, Rachel Johnson, Rose Johnny, Priscilla Krause, Gary Madden, for all the work that they've done putting this event together. And again, if you have any questions, usually the table there is reserved for all the ones doing the presentation, and they'll be there for an hour. And or if you can come up to the rest of us who are gonna be around still from the building. I just wanted to share that. Second.
Awesome. Thank you, Bernard. Thank you, Marilyn, Debbie, and Carrie. Great presentation. We are out of time for questions. It's 12:06. I see lunch is ready, right, Carmen? Thank you, Carmen. Oh, there's Carmen. Thank you, Carmen. Top of the line catering. Award-winning, award-winning, top of the line catering. I see a lot of visitors here that wanna have lunch. You guys can go first. Just kidding, you guys. You guys gotta wait. Some of you are stuck over here. I see you guys too. I'd like elders to go first and those with medical conditions. Please, we will take our lunch break. We may have some door prizes. We may not. We will start the afternoon with finance. I saw Devin come in. I think a lot of the finance people will be coming, so I will ask them to come up just before 1. So please take an hour, we'll play some music. You guys can dance if you want.
Lady from FMB, she's gonna do a presentation. So, it is right about there. So, that's gonna after.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Those kids are students. Yeah. They have to be back in class at 12:30. Okay. You students have to be back by 12:30. Please tell them how about no. Okay? Tell your teacher Darcy B said so.
Have an award-winning server as well. Lorenzo Charlie won best customer service for the Brunswick Chamber.
Oh, Lorenzo Charlie?
Yeah.
Hey, thank you. Oh, shoot it. So glad, all right. You know, it would have been better last week, even if it was a 4-day work week, right? It would have been better. Oh, great. Uh, they don't hear us.
Family Services. And these are some pretty awesome looking prizes. We have got a virtual reality headset, a glow roll marble run. I don't know what that is, but Hot Wheel Mario Kart, a KitchenAid stand mixer, and a 43-inch Samsung TV. So I hope you've been training your ducky because they're gonna be racing.
This side.
All right. Okay,
Lights.
duckies and duckettes, start your wing flappers. Okay, so I'm just gonna start from the top of the list. First prize is a virtual reality headset. On your mark. Get set. Go. And now. And we have a winner, Yolanda Spence of the Black and White Duck.
He's not here. Oh. You remember, you have to be here to win. You have to go see Sheena. You see her in the corner over here by the door. You let that right there. She's waiting. She is a member. She is not a staff at this point. So she's allowed to wait.
Okay, next up, we have a glow roll marble run. You wanna hold it up, Sheena? Oh, it's like a toy, okay. All right, next up, the winner of the duck race, number 2, on your mark, get set, go.
You're not supposed to shoot your ducks.
That one with Trump hairstyle.
Harrison, not a boy, Chuck. You get to go.
John. Okay, and there's some pre-made meals already packaged up and ready to go over here, so if anybody wants to take some lunch to go, it's all ready, locked and loaded, so congratulations to Chuck.
Yeah.
Glow roll marble run, looks like you found your marbles.
Roxanne will already deliberate.
Okay. I'm still looking for mine though. Next up, we have a Hot Wheel Mario Kart. Oh, look at that, another big fun looking game thing. All right. Let's have another on your mark, get set, go for the ducky race.
Oh, the big winner is is he here? Sort of. Is he here? I don't know. He left. Ah. You guys can say for Stan, okay? He said go Canucks go anyways. Wait, we gotta do a new race too.
Okay, on your mark, get set, go.
Oh, the Mario Kart one. Who's the lead? Rosie Pierce in the lead. Oh, there you has to get come from behind. Wills Jr. is not allowed to play the Mario Kart.
Okay, congratulations. Next up, we have a KitchenAid stand mixer. Gonna make a pretty quick batch of noise with that thing. All right, do we have another race? Okay, on your mark, get set, go.
And they're off. Who's in the lead? They're all in the lead. Oh, the red duck. Gary West.
Congratulations, Gary. Yeah, everybody's coming over for Bannock. All right, and surprise update, we have one more prize added to the list. Next up is for a set of AirPods. So on your mark, get set, go with the duck race.
And there's in the lead. Nancy Williams is in the lead from West. So Joe, no, you're only about to win one, Chuck. Gotta re-race. Yeah, Chuck, yeah, you can exchange either. All right, re-race.
All right, yeah, this.
And Vanessa Ball just left the ball. Ah, she had to go back to finals. I'm just kidding, I was on TV. AirPod, hey, you're not supposed to use your AirPods at class, okay?
All right, and our final prize, the 43-inch Samsung TV. On your mark, get set, go.
Whoa, what if we run out of ball? Would you like? And Nita.
Anita Tom, congratulations on the new TV. Thanks again to Carriers Academy for donating those door prizes. There will be more prizes throughout the week. Okay, so we're just gonna reel it back in here. Next up, we have the Finance and Administration report. So I'm gonna turn it over to Debbie West.
Awesome. I see the finance team here too. They will explain everything in our language after the presentation. Awesome.
Good afternoon. Thank you. My name is Debbie West. I'm the Wyoming Council, and my portfolio is finance and admin. So up here with me, I have Marilyn is interim chief executive officer. We have First Nations Financial Management Board, Ghana, and Billy, and we also have Devin from Dome Grand Thornton LLP. So I'll be doing Misty's report. Misty is very sick today. She asked me to read out her report. Hi, my name is Misty Paquette, and I joined Big Valley Nation in April of 2023 as a chief financial officer. Since that time, the past leadership and the newly elected chief and council set out to achieve some important goals, all with one purpose in mind: to strengthen how the nation manages and protects resources on behalf of its members. The first goal was to bring the nation's financial administration law, or the FAL, to life. The FAL is a set of governance and financial practices that help ensure decisions are made carefully, responsibly, and in the best interest of the nation, both now and for future generations. To support this work, Chief and Council established a finance and audit committee which represents from each community. So the members' voices are part of the financial oversight. Those representatives are Kenny Stevenson from Tetra, Susan Tress from Donald's Landing, Madeline Scott from Fort Babine, Clarence Williams from Wyoming, Diane Matthews from Old Fort. The Finance and Audit Committee began training with First Nation Financial Management Board, First Nations FMB, and started reviewing budgets and financial reports, making recommendations to Chief and Council. This process helps ensure that nation's funds are reviewed carefully, questions are asked, and decisions are made transparently on behalf of the members. As part of this work and to further strengthen accountability, Chief and Council set a goal to achieve financial management system certification. I'm very proud to share that Lake Babine Nation has successfully achieved this certification with the FMB and is now nation number 71 out of more than 600 First Nations across Canada to reach this milestone. This provides assurance that the nation meets nationally recognized standards for financial governance and management. The second goal Chief and Council set was to achieve a clean audit opinion from the auditors, and I'm pleased to say that this goal was also achieved. While these are important milestones, there is still ongoing work to do to continue strengthening financial systems, policies, and reporting. The focus remains on improving long-term planning and ensuring nation resources are managed responsibly for the benefit of members now and into the future. This work reflects the steady effort of many people over time. I would like to acknowledge Chief and Council, the Finance and Audit Committee, the executive team, the directors, managers, and support staff. I would also like to recognize our finance team for their dedication and continued work behind the scenes. We have Karen Allen, Payroll Administration, Tracy Joseph, Senior Accounts Payable Clerk, Norma Erickson, Accounts Payable Clerk, Loretta West, Accounts Payable Clerk, Stella Williams, Accounts Payable Clerk, Tyler Raleigh, Accounts Payable Clerk, Michelle Tong, Accounts Payable Clerk, Bernadette Bonnie Dent, Accounts Receivable, Jim Han, Financial Analyst. Much of what is done in finance is not always visible, but it supports the nation in many important ways. Aside, Ms. Paquette, Chief Finance Officer. I'm not sure if Marilyn has anything to add. Oh, good, she doesn't. Okay, so next we have Debbie.
Alrighty, hello everybody, my name is Evan Sweet, I'm a partner with Doan Grant Thornton, and we are the auditing firm for Lake Babine for the 2025 fiscal year. So our report here today it's fairly high level, we're not kind of gonna get into the minutia of the numbers. There are financial statements available online, I think there are about 35 pages of numbers and various notes, so whatever you see here today, there is a lot more in-depth look at it in the financial statements which are available, I believe, on the website, and then also on the government reporting site. So today we're going to look at numbers up to March 31st, 2025. So we're almost coming into next fiscal year end, which is March 31st, 2026. So just keep in mind, all of the numbers here today are almost a year old. All right, so quick agenda here, so we're going to look at the auditor's report, some revenues and expenditures, money coming in, money going out, a summary of assets and liabilities that the nation holds, some ratios that this looks at each year, and then some trends that we've seen over the years. So to start, our auditor's report, so again, we're looking at March 31st, 2025. So us as auditors, our job is basically to provide an opinion on the financial statements. So the financial statements as presented, they are Lake Babine's financial statements, they're not our statements. Ultimately, chief and council are the final approval on those statements. So as part of our audit process, we meet with management, we meet with directors, we meet with chief and council to kind of go through and make sure everyone's comfortable with the numbers as presented. And the final point there, as Debbie had mentioned, so very pleased to announce, this year was the first year in many years that Lake Babine's had a clean, unqualified audit report. So a big step forward for the nation. I think, I had mentioned it to chief and council already, but when I first started with LBN in 2016, I was part of a chief and council meeting, going through financial statements for the 2016 year. And in that meeting, we were presenting a very good financial report with a qualification on the audit report that basically the entities that LBN holds, we didn't have enough information to say whether or not those numbers were reasonable or not. So as we were delivering this report, Chief Adam stood up in the meeting and expressed his desire to have a clean audit report. So that was going back 10 years now, and very happy to announce that this year we've got a clean audit report. So great job to everyone involved in finance tech. So round of applause for everybody. So I just wanted to take a quick minute just to kind of explain how some of the entities that LBN holds are accounted for in the financial statements. So all of the investments that LBN makes in different entities, whether it's you guys own it 100% or you only own a portion of it. There's kind of three main types of entities that LBN holds. So the first one is government business enterprises or partnerships. So these entities basically operate independent of the nation. They have commercial activities, they generate profit. They're not reliant on LBN for continued support, whether it's financial, governance, or otherwise. So these types of entities are just picked up as a one line item on the financial statements. So the entities that LBN holds are Talent and Forestry Group. Basically, those two operations operate themselves, they're not reliant on the nation. So what that looks like in the audited financial statements is whatever money those entities make, doesn't be owns 100% of them, it comes in at one line in the financial statements. So if forestry makes $1 million on the financial statements, you'll see $1 million of income from forestry. The next type of organization is other government organizations. So these ones typically they can operate commercially, but they don't typically make enough money to sustain themselves. So in a lot of cases, LBN would have to step in, whether they provide a loan or provide government support to these entities. So they're reliant on LBN to continue operations. So these types of entities are fully consolidated into the band's financial picture because LBN owns 100% of them and they're reliant on LBN. So what that looks like is every line on those entities' financial statements comes through for LBN. So if they have $1,000 in their bank account, in LBN books, you'll see $1,000 in the bank account. If they have payables, you'll see that on LBN's books. So instead of showing one line with just the income, every line item is brought into the nation's financial picture. And the last one there is portfolio investments. So portfolio investments, LBN doesn't actually control those entities. So they might not own a significant share, they might only own 5% of that entity, or at the end of the day, they don't control it. So it could be shares, bonds, those types of things, and these are accounted for at cost. So whatever LBN actually pays for that investment, that's how it's reflected in LBN's books. So as those entities are income, it's not actually, that income isn't reflected in LBN's financial statements. So the only portfolio investment I think at the end of the year was BLNC. And sorry, a new one this year, it's the PG Growth Lodge, which was a new investment for 2025. All right, so just a quick snapshot of the revenues and expenditures overall. So you can see about $60 million in revenue, so money coming in the door, 60 million, 1.25. Expenditures of 53 million, so net surplus of just over $6 million. You'll see last year there was a significant surplus there. Primarily this was from the foundation agreement, so there was 50 million from the foundation agreement that came in last year, so there was a significant surplus in 2024. So this one's just a quick look at the different revenues by revenue stream. So the first, the dark purple line is the Indigenous Services Canada funding, so just over $20 million for kind of those core programs, in education, social assistance, various other programs. The light blue line there, again, 2024, you can see a big spike, so that's the foundation agreement, the $50 million that came in under the foundation agreement. For 2025, federal funding is EFO and some other government funding. Provincial funding, most of the provincial funding is the PERSA, for Forest Consultation Revenue Sharing Agreement funding. So BC housing funding, and various other province BC grants. The yellow line there is your own source revenue. So primarily, so I talked about on the last slide. So about for 2025, I think about 4.5 million of that is from gas bar money coming in. It doesn't reflect the expenses going out, but that's just money coming in from gas bars. Also, there's your rental income for housing. The next kind of later purple line there, other First Nations entities. So it's a big name, Manaska, NHA, New Relationship Trusts, various other organizations. And the final green line there is your interest income earned on investments and just some other miscellaneous grants and different things. So now just a quick look at some of the major expenditures by type. So again, in the actual financial statements, there's probably 25 different cost categories, but here it's kind of grouped by the main costs of LDM. So the biggest one, wage and benefits and honorariums of 15.4 million. Next, 6.2 million for community support, social assistance. Gas bar expenses of 4.8 million. So on the previous slide, we had gas bar revenue about 4.5. Expenses there were about 4.8. Professional fees of 4.2. So this is all the consultants, lawyers, accountants are in there. Tuition allowances for your students going to school, 4.2 million. Travel, so I think the biggest piece of travel is patient travel of 4 million. Amortization of 2.5, which is basically the depletion of your assets, so all your buildings, equipment, vehicles, all those types of things over the years, it slowly loses value. So amortization is our way to account for that in the financial statements. Supplies, 2.3 million. Meeting expenses of 1.6, and then other expenses of 8 million. So some of the items in other expenses are bad debts, catering, insurance, interest, rent, repairs, maintenance on buildings, equipment, training, utilities, phones. Again, there's a lot that goes in there, but too many problems left. So next we'll have a look at the assets that LDM holds. So at the end of the year, there was cash in the bank of about 7.2 million. Short-term deposits of 92.5 million. So on that 92 million, it's in a premium investment account. I think the average rate is about 4.5% that both is earning on that money, which I think at the end of the year equated to about 4.2 million in interest income to Babine. Accounts receivable at the end of the year, 3.1. So this is money that LDM is entitled to at the end of the year, but it just hadn't come into the bank account yet. So after March 31st, this will involve going into your bank account. The investment in First Nation entities, 22 million. So this is your investment in the forestry group, Alec, BLDC, all those entities. Portfolio investments, you'll see how jump up quite a bit this year. So last year, it was just $173. This year, there's a big investment into the PG Rose Lodge in French George. inventory held for resale, so it's just inventory for all the gas bars. And then the trust funds, it's Ottawa trust funds, held by the Government of Canada. And then capital assets, again, you'll see here a big jump up, so from 44 million to 50 million this year. So this is all your tangible assets, being your buildings, equipment. I think this year there was some additions to the cultural centers, some vehicles, electric bus, some new boats. I think the two biggest items were some new houses being built, and then some renovations to existing homes. And so now looking at liabilities, so money that, or items that the bank has owes. So bank indebtedness 40,000, so this was a line of credit that the gas bars bill, accounts payable and accrued liabilities. So these are all items that are owing by the Babine on March 31st. Most of those items are all current, so there's not a big lag in timing of payment. But it's all your typical wages payable, utilities, very standard payments. Deferred revenue, 2.3 million, so this is money that the band has received, but hasn't yet spent on programs that it's set out for. So as the money is spent on those programs, that'll come out of deferred revenue, and then you'll see it show up as revenue from the various programs. And finally, long-term debt. So the current long-term debt is the gas bar loans, safe house, natural resource building, and Fort Babine lot. So over the next several years, that will continue to continue. So look at two ratios here. You'll see on the far right is the benchmark for those ratios. So Indigenous Services Canada, each year when they look at First Nation in Canada, calculate these ratios to kind of give them a metric of whether or not the band can continue over the next. So this one's kind of looking at a 1 year period. So based on your current financial assets that are held, can you continue over the next year? One of the next slides is a little bit more long term, so based on your overall asset base compared to your overall liabilities, and you sustain yourselves going into the future. And then for the last several years, as you can see, the LBN's below the benchmark on the water. You're, I think, just over 18 times the benchmark here. So incredible growth in the band over the last 10 years since I've been working with LBN on a short term, and so this is the more long term with the ratio. So the benchmark is 0.5, currently you're at 9.5. So again, it's just about 20 times the benchmark. So overall, great financial picture, great financial stability. But to wrap up, just a few trends that we can see over the last 6 years. So looking at revenue and expenses. So the top line there, the purple line, it's purple, is your revenue brought in each year. Bottom line, the blue one, is your expenditures each year. So you can see 2019 when the lines were very close to meeting. Basically, there was a small deficit that year. Every year where the purple line is above the blue line, you're generating a surplus for the nation. So you're bringing in more money than is being spent. So you can see those lines are continuing to increase, but I think most importantly is that gap between those two lines. If the revenues drop below expenditures, then obviously the nation's spending more money than it's bringing in. But I think here over the last several years, you can see continued surpluses, so continued prosperity for the nation going forward. And this one looks at assets and liabilities. So the purple line there is your financial assets. So this is all the cash, your main accounts, liquid assets, those types of things. So again, they're like looking overall, a lot of growth in your financial assets. From if you look at 2019, it was about 15 million in financial assets. Today, for March 31st, we're about 130 million. So incredible growth over the last 6-7 years. Non-financial assets is the blue line there. So this is the actual asset, the tangible asset base in the nation. Again, you can see that one is slowly increasing as we purchase more buildings, more property, more equipment. And then the bottom line, red line here is your liabilities information. So you can see that one stays fairly consistent. So your assets are growing, liabilities are staying the same, which is a good thing. If we see the liabilities climbing, then it could be a different story, but I think as of right now, a great financial picture for the company. And that's all I had. I don't know if we're doing questions now at the end.
We'll do it at the end after Vanna's presentation.
Okay.
Okay, Devin, thank you, Devin. It's okay, Devin, they've been like this all day. Don't take it personally. Here's Vanna.
So I'm Babine, I'm the First Nations Financial Management, and I'm senior manager for the capacity development team there. I'll be joined by Billy Lee, who's coming in, who's Stephen Cobb. If you met us at the entrance, you would know that he's also a snow shoveler, so he's seen the process.
And that was a good example of going outside to take a phone call. Okay, everybody? Just an example.
My apologies over there, just kind of managed a sick kid at home as well too, so please bear with me. So thank you for having me here today. My name is Billy Lee. I am a senior manager here at the First Nations Financial Management Board. So I've been with the FNB for just a little over 7.5 years. So prior to this, I was the auditor for a large international accounting firm where I specialized in financial statement audits. But since then, I had moved to the FNB where I have the pleasure of working with my colleague Vanna over here in terms of really developing standards, in terms of setting best practices, and in terms of getting to certification, which we're here today to deliver it to the nation. And it's really been a long time coming, and it's a pleasure to be here, and definitely feel that a lot of great work's been put into this. So definitely kudos to Chief and Council and the management here as well too. So I'll let take it off in terms of presentation here.
So just like a quick show of hands, how many people have heard of the First Nations Financial Management Board or the FNB? All right, a few people. So we'll go through a little bit of a refresher on who we are, what we do, and why it's important, and then talk about the journey that we've been working on with LBN towards certification. So, First Nations Financial Management Board, or FNB, operates under what's called the Fiscal Management Act, which is optional legislation that is done by First Nations for First Nations to increase the ability to exercise jurisdictional taxing, managing finances, and accessing borrowing in the same levels of low cost as other orders of government. And so it's a way to opt out of a portion of the Indian Act and into this optional legislation that was developed specifically for First Nations pursuing self-government. And one of the big things that FNB does is to deliver tools to support strong financial governance in support of that legislation. And so we do that through 3 different tools. The financial administration law, the financial performance certificates, and the financial management system. So each of these is a different component of the tools that we offer. At its heart, FNB is a standard setter, and so what that means is we look at international wise practices on finance and financial governance, and adapt those to meet the needs of First Nation. And based on that, we provide guidance on what is a good path forward for long-term sustainability and supporting the nation for 7 generations. And that's what we use to establish these different tools and certificates. So we'll go through what each one of them means. So starting with the financial administration law. So Debbie stole my thunder a little bit with Misty's remarks, but it sets out the good finance governance practices for the long term and identifies kind of how decisions are made. So what that means is it lays out clear roles and responsibilities for administration, for council, for the audit committee. It identifies different procedures to reduce risk to the nation, and lays out some consistent processes for how decisions are made. So that doesn't mean that every decision you might agree with every decision or that you think that it's the right decision, but it means that it was the best decision that could be made at the time for the information that everybody had. So you kind of know what process was taken to come to that decision. So that's what builds transparency and accountability for the resources that everybody's responsible for managing. The next level is the financial performance certificate, so the FP certificate, and this is what assesses information, financial health and strength, having a look at the audited financial statements. So it looks at 5 ratios. I'll summarize that here. The big one being the sustainability and growth of any money that's coming in, so revenue. The operational capacity, so Deb walked through that a bit in terms of what the difference is between the money that's coming in and how much you're spending. The trends there. The other ratio is around capital asset maintenance. So what physical assets do you own, like buildings, equipment, and how well are you managing them and maintaining them so that you have them for the long term or for their asset of life. And then managing money that you're borrowing, making sure that you're fulfilling all of the debt applications and you have the funds to cover any interest expense. And then the final component, the tools that FNB works on is the financial management certificate, which is the overall way that the nation manages its operations and its policies, procedures, and the different controls that are put in place to manage day-to-day finances and operation. So we focus on 4 core areas: financial governance, how decisions are made, how conflicts of interest are managed, what that process looks like, and we that out so that it's clear and transparent. The finances, so our planning and budgeting is done and reported on. And then human resources and administration, so we make sure that you have the right folks and the decisions that are qualified that support you in pursuing the goals that you have. And then lastly, information management. So that's how you're managing information, protecting it from anybody that's trying to access personal information, making sure that privacy is protected and you're safe from information. So it's a really comprehensive review of the overall operations of the nation, and it's significant amount of work to move through each of these components of the FNB tools. Together, all 3 of these support transparent and sustainable financial management for the community. So the financial administration law provides that foundation in terms of setting up for good governance, the processes developed. The financial performance certificate is about the financial health. And then the financial management system certificate is about the actual operations and day-to-day functioning of the nation. So FNB works with First Nations across Canada. And as of January 2026, these are the members in terms of each level of those certifications. So there's 315 that have a financial administration law, so that foundational piece that sets out the processes. There are 258 that have an FP certificate, actually performance certificates, and then the highest level is 78 First Nations have an FNS certificate. So as you can see, at each level, there are fewer and fewer First Nations achieving each of these certifications, and that's because of the amount of work that it takes to pursue them and to accomplish them. So in terms of the process that LBN has had and moving forward to this process, the financial administration law was enacted in 2019. And then 2 months later, it's when you achieved your financial performance certificate in November. And then as part of that process, is when we started to implement policies and procedures around those 4 core areas: finance, HR, governance, information management. And work with FNB to deliver training for council and administration around those policies, around financial administration law, and good practices that are laid out in each of your policies. In January 2024 is when we started to prepare for FMS certification and the overall review of how everything was functioning and working, and initiated a review in the summer. And that review ultimately completed in January 2025 with LBN achieving certification in March. So I'm going to pass it off to my colleague here, Billy, to talk about what that process looked like in terms of going through the FMS review and the whole team that comes out to have a look at how everything's done.
Yeah, so in terms of the system review, it's actually quite comprehensive, like that I was talking about. It's really looking at the file, the four-term policies and bringing it all to life. Our team really started about 6 weeks out. We have interviews with council, we have interviews with the finance team and everybody, we collect information. And we're on site for a whole entire week where we go pull source documents, we look at different things, and really ensuring that all the policies and procedures and the files really documented and really being truly breathe the life that it's really been adopted by the whole entire team over here. So it's a very comprehensive process over here. And again, kudos to the whole entire team for going through this process because it is a process at the end of the day. And our FMS certification, like I was talking about, is really our gold star over here. So the FMP, we came up with this about 19 years ago, and again, it's only 78 nations out of today that has achieved this certification. So, it's definitely a lot of hard work that went into it. And, again, it's something that we should be very proud of for Chief Council to hold the nation, provide the transparency, the accountability to everybody. And that's what our certification really needs over here. So.
And so what we're going to do today is present the official certificate. We invite Chief and Council to come up to the stage. We'd like to hand off the certificate.
Babine. Lunch. Jason, Lyle, Fuzzy.
All chief and council, please come up.
Millie, no.
Get up here.
Work it, work it.
More comment? No hidden faces.
No, when you go take this one. It's okay. No, we don't.
I can't see some faces. You're a big enough star already. All right. On the count of three, everybody say money. That's wonderful for me. Anybody else?
Congratulations, chief and council.
And just to think, we were in 2007, we were at -14. -14 meaning we were broke. To now.
And then, this the so you listen correctly. I only compare the staff. Talk a little on a new chief and council. Our exactly. He certainly taught on a paper openly. Send our the dead check, send our peace and send our when you would say that. At any fortunately or certainly. When they try this thing and receive a capitation. sogni sotto una bella famiglia. Wage no paste with you. And then, so una page is what you say. Well, I thought, but 7 o'clock office, they left at 11 o'clock because midnight, that's their home on me. Hudson, the guy beat them. In Zurich. Wait, no, this one. In my language, in our language, I basically said, kudos to the staff in the finance. As council, we always ask them to do the best that they can of the money that's coming in and how it is spent. And make sure that the policies are up to snuff. Make sure that what is spent fairly and to all the members, because we work for the members. So there's one lady that is missing, who's our financial person. She runs our finance department. She is very sick. And I really wish that she was with us, because she was the major force behind how our nation is thriving as one of the best run financial institution for First Nations in Canada. As you've seen, of over 600 First Nations were one of the 70 that are doing a really damn good job at the finances. So Misty appears online listening. Kudos to you, Misty Paquette. She has done wonders for our financial picture. So give a hand to Misty for all the work. Thank you, fellow council members. I'm really proud of you. You've done a hell of a job too, because it's only not 1 or 2 or 10 people. It takes a team to do this, and that's what we are doing. So Masaicho.
Awesome. Thank you, Chief, and thank you to Chief and Council again. Thank you and congratulations on the certificate. Thank you to Vanna and Devin. We do have time for a few questions. Did anybody have any questions for the finance team while we have them up here? Emma? Do we have a seat? Do you have a runner? You're young, you can run. Ish, yeah, totally.
That's what as fast as I goes.
Thank you, to the chief of council and the staff. I know that, we're the 3rd largest nation in BC. And I know that the finance that was presented by the auditor, I wouldn't mind getting a copy, printed copy. Because you went so fast and I was trying to write it down. But I know I'm very concerned as a band member because we're going so fast. This Prestige Lodge, I didn't understand how the bank got the hotel where the money came from. I don't understand that, and I really want to find out about that. And then with the committee, the ones that made a presentation about the and analyzing the finance and how it's managed. I was just wondering, because our band, we have dollars just mentioned that we have millions of dollars that comes in, and out of the millions of dollars, that comes into the band every year and is still growing too. I'm just wondering, since you're analyzing how it's managed, the staff we have that is concerned to me because there's millions of dollars, but there's only one finance director. Is that sufficient enough? Because I'm thinking about the future, how it's gonna be when the band gets more money, because I know this is not it, but number one, I would get a copy of the audit report in print, and then number two, is one finance director enough? Central.
Thanks, Emma. Just on our report, so I'm sure the finance or someone in administration can print the actual physical copy of the financial statements. They're online, the report from today, I did send a copy to Misty, so if you want to contact Misty, or I'm happy to send it to you as well, so you can get a copy of it. And then, I don't know, Billy, if you wanna touch on the one finance director, in my opinion, I think for any organization, if you have a bunch of finance directors, sometimes you get too many cooks in the kitchen, so to speak. So to have one person kind of say finance team, so there is a finance team underneath this team that help with her day to day. I do think, I mean, you are growing. I think the finance team over the last few years hasn't grown kind of in line with that. So the finance team, in my opinion, overall could use a few more staff members, but as far as the director, I think it's important to have one kind of in charge overall.
Yeah, I guess I have some questions as well too, and to just elaborate on Devin's point as well too, I think the finance director is a very important role. But we also at the FMB, one of our policies best practices is also to have a finance and audit committee, which the nation does have as well too. So as part of the finance and audit committee, they do oversee a lot of these things that are happening, but from more high level picture as well too, right? So you can have the level of assurance that some of these things are being reviewed by the finance and audit committee and then execution council as well too. So this is what really the certification really holds, is those internal controls to make sure, all the checks are in order, all the I's is dotted and G's across, so to speak. Excellent question, though. Thank you.
That's a very good question. As when we came in, we had that same concern because there's a lot of money in the bank, and are we sure that we have the proper people in place? We're making sure that we have the proper people in place. One of the concerns of when we came in is when you alluded to about the hotel, the Prestige Lodge in Prince George, not the casino, the one across the street. We were concerned about that. The money did come from the foundation agreement, part of the economic development fund. And that's one textbook way of not to do business of what happened there. That's why we have a good financial system now. The checks and balances are there, so that nothing like that will ever happen again. It was done a few years before us, that it was just that one person just went up on his own, and on behalf of the guy, he bought a share in that hotel. So we're stuck with it, but we're looking at it and how we can get out of it or not. But as to assure you, we have all the people that we need. As Devin said, that we may need a couple more, but space is limited, as you know, up in that office. But I think just to assure you that our financial staff are fully functional and making sure that all the checks and balances are done properly. Inside.
Garnet? Right here, put your hand up again, Garnet, so Steve can see you. Right over here. Come on. Got a mic there. So yeah, let me get home.
Oh, before Garnet does that, I just forgot the one point about the financial statements. Remember this morning I thought that we were going to revamp our website? All the agreements, including our financial statements, everything will be on that webpage. And that guy's gonna make sure that it's done. Wait.
This one, I guess question, different council on the past, different council. About land purchases, the largest are Babine Lake. Where did this money come from? And I know it looks good on paper, at the end, financial, but you know, we're living in poverty for decades. We don't have a voice in this foundation agreement. We're feeding off their table, we're feeding crumbs. We're eating crumbs off the foundation table. We don't have a voice. Even off reserve, you don't have a voice. Some of our bank members don't have a voice. This foundation agreement. I don't think this foundation agreement was finalized. 99.9% of Fort Babine went against this foundation agreement. Even the teacher signed. The only person that didn't sign was Robbie and Clara. And I still have the signatures. And I have the wrongful amalgamation, their signatures. We have to revisit. We have a treaty. We have a Fort Babine Barricade Treaty. Lake Babine Band Shipping Council, all they have is just 2 pieces of paper to administer LBA funds. We have a treaty. Band members. We have a treaty. The Fort Babine Barricade Treaty, which was 1906, was signed in Ottawa by our retired chief. Shipping Council came into existence after the amalgamation. Our Monday was shut down in the 1870s. Some of our members were sent to jail from Fort Babine to protect the land and resources, to protect the land for us. And today we're still here. And we are the grassroots people of Lake Babine Nation, Fort Babine. So also what I know. So what a hot to what a hard ways this communication. What for dollars what is number one thing. We have to understand one another. There's a lot of people suffering out there. And we are suffering. We have a treaty, 1906. Shipping Council only have this 2 pieces of paper that I was talking about. 1982, Canadian Constitution. Canadian Trudeau. Fort Babine Separation Task Force. Motor Vehicle Accident, November 27, 1983. Highway 16 is our bridge trade, Fort Babine. We have the largest land base all the way to Soda Creek, which is outside the Williams Lake, the southern and interior border of BC. our land starts in Kislew's Valley. When this land acquisition, Morristown acquired the land from Fort Babine. Some of our members were standing on the street in Smithers. I went to a Global Square in Smithers. Some of our members standing on the street. How come you guys are over here? Well, there's Morristown, there else you go home. I told him, Morristown, that's our land, it's Babine land. So you guys are at home. We have the largest land base for Babine. Needle Axe. For that. Off reserve. Let that nation. Members. We have a treaty. I'll set my side.
Thank you, Garvin. Great suggestions. We are taking notes. I think we're taking notes in the back. A lot of that was to do with the foundation agreement, which will be tomorrow. A lot of those updates. I hear that it is a lot to do with financials, but this one is more financial for the certificates and the audit. So a lot of that foundation agreement was talked about, and that will be talked about tomorrow. So thank you, Garnet. Great suggestions and great talk. Thank you. Jackie, I see Jackie's hand up. We still have a few minutes. I don't see the snack out yet. But if it is not till 2:30, and if we're done, we can ask human resources to be done, come up. Text me, Roxanne.
I promise I only have one question this time. First and foremost, I want to congratulate the chief of council in regards to the certification. That is really great to hear, and it actually answers a lot of my questions that I asked earlier in regards to maintenance, especially when we're working towards independence and working towards the foundation agreement. My first question is, I noticed that there's an influx in 2024. And I was hoping that there would be some kind of clarity in regards to that influx in the financial statement that was provided. Thank you.
Thanks for the question. So influx, you're talking about like revenue coming in. So in 2024, it was the foundation agreement. So under the foundation agreement, there was, I think it was 48 and a bit $1 billion of money coming in under the foundation agreement in 2024. Yeah.
That was from BC from
48 million or
48 million with an L. Yeah, so if you look, so I think 2024, the total revenue is 120 million. So of that, 48 million was from the foundation.
Awesome. Thank you, Jackie. Thank you. You have anything else to say, Devin? I have a question from Victor Tom, and it's more for Chief and Council. I'm not sure if Debbie or Chief will be able to answer this one. Last year, was the auditors not changed as per resolution at a previous AGA? Chief will come and answer that one.
There was suggestions at the last AGA to look at other auditors to do look at our books. But what we have now, they're doing one hell of a job, so we're keeping them as it is.
Thank you. Well, thank you, Chief. Just yeah, Mel.
I just explained to the team here that 48 million that Devin is talking about was from the BC government. And I think that's what you're getting at, Jackie, as to why the $15 million was for out of that 48 million was for Hatchet Community Center, another 15 million for Fort Babine Community Center, 15 million for capacity within the foundation agreement,
and then 5 million for governments. That's the breakdown of the 48 million that came in from the BC government.
Thank you, Mel. It's good. Any other questions for our finance team? Somebody asked if it was being recorded. It is being recorded, so hello. And we are trying to work to get the presentations to the people online. They're not seeing the presentations that you guys have seen. So I wanna let the people online know we are working on it, and hopefully other presentations will. Good? Good, thank you to our finance team. You guys are off the hot seat. I think they'll be here for the afternoon. Debbie's here and Marilyn are here for most of the day. So thank you again. Maybe we'll do a duck race or two before break. Okay, so thank you again to Debbie, Marilyn, Devin, Vanna, and Colin. Did I say it right? Yeah.
Thank you. Need a break.
We'll be taking a break at 2:15. So we could. Oh,
But in the meantime, speaking of duck race, this has been donated by the FNB that just did the audit for us. And we got a nice swag bag here. I'm trying to hold it up. And it's full of goodies. We got Beats headphones. We got a Yeti cup. We got some purple socks. And some candies. And some more candies, some old school candy. Some a very tiny shirt. A less tiny shirt. Some more purple socks. And a bag. Okay, so all of this will be yours if your ducky pulls through for you.
and it doesn't say what kind of candy. Remember those old ones? Those ones. Candy lands. Okay, go ahead, baby.
Okay. Will the duck arbiter start the race?
And they're off. Oh, where the power was the lead, Chantel? Almost Grandma Alec. Is you still here? Ah. Oh, you guys all can say, ah. I know you guys don't feel sad for her, I know. Means you guys could win. Okay, re-race. Count it down, go. Who's in the lead? I can't see. Tom. Archie Allen.
Oh, Archie.
Don't, can you forget the coffee? Nobody needs coffee, Archie.
Round of applause for Archie. We'll have it up here for you, Archie. That's how hard he's working.
You are. Good. We will take a break here soon at 2:15. I think the snacks are not out yet. So in the meantime, I will ask our human resource report people to be ready. Debbie West, Janessa Collins, and Karen Alec. And then we'll have our grant writing. Debbie, you might as well just stay up here all afternoon, okay? I don't know why you keep going back to your seat.
And a reminder that Billy's got the elders 50-50. It's for the elders. He's gonna be around. Last time I checked, 350 split two ways, so 175. That's 175, right?
Ish.
Yeah.
And then we have communications report, Frank and Debbie again. And then our last report will be our economic development report with Babine and Emmanuel. Good. And while we're waiting, I want to remind everybody about our support. I think Laura Cook is still here. She might be in a different room. We have Irene, Violet, and Toby here. They're in a room down the hall. Please check out the two tables out in the hallway, both Carrier Sakani Family Services. And
Yeah, definitely check out the tables. Carrier Sakani is doing a community workbook survey. So there's a bunch of questions in here about how we can best manage our child and family affairs moving forward. Looks like they're developing some pretty cool new jurisdiction. So if you want to participate in the community survey, this is your chance for some grassroots data collection. So fill one of these out and you can also be entered to win the big prize, which is a scooter and a dash cam. You can put your dash cam on your scooter.
okay, since we have time, I think we should play that game Chief taught us. Okay, do you remember that one last year? I need 2 volunteers. And I need 2 volunteers that speak Carrier really well. Okay? And the 2 people are gonna talk only in Carrier. The first person to speak English is out. So if you can't think of a word of bacon, for example, you're out. If you say bacon, you're out. Everybody knows clases, right? Bread, fried bread, right? So who can I ask Chief to challenge? Let's see here, any volunteers? Garnet is good at it too. Garnet's on, yes. We'll get you a mic and we'll get Chief, Kate, Chief and Garnet, our first competitors. When we'll do elimination, first person to speak English is out, okay? First word in English. So Garnet and Chief, come on up. We'll borrow a microphone. Can you give him your microphone? And I'll give Chief. Remember, they have to converse for 1 minute. Sure.
Adik Garnet, sorry, sir. So, does we go place? It's not. No, no. It's not such a right, but hey, but that's not we're waiting away from that. They should be the
Give him a hand, no, he's got 45 seconds. Wow, 45 seconds, that was hard. Jeez. Any volunteers? COO and CEO? That would be a nice competition. Hey? CEO and COO, anyway, so is the cunning.
Bernard. Marilyn, Tony, oh, Alex. Ani, get off, Ani. Ate. Oh, that's a good question. I got a question for your speakers. Is carrier or is that English?
English.
That's English, okay. And no to is not. Oh, okay. CEO and COO are gonna go at it. 45 seconds, all carrier, no English, so that means you can't say no and you can't say yeah.
So nickname, like his nickname is English or?
Is, I don't know, what's his nickname?
Ben?
Ben, that's English, okay. Ready, set, go. Make that silence. Month, 3 days, 10, 20, so it's again. I do. She's in jail.
Hey.
She's. Oh, wait. Isn't that outside interference? No, you guys are judges. There are judges if you said cheese. That's Satanda. Awesome, good job, CEO and COO. You guys are awesome. All right, any volunteers? Anyone? Yeah, Evelyn, come on up. Who's gonna challenge Evelyn? Any challengers? That was 35 seconds. I need Evelyn, I'm the hit singing. Verna's waiting. Verna. Any volunteers that scared of you? They're scared of you.
So scared.
Molly is standing, I know she wants to come up. Molly, you standing. Only carrier, no English, so you can't say no, yeah, or cheese. Oh, you guys can. Leroy, you're next, so you don't move too far, you're next. Okay? Okay, you guys are our judges, if you guys heard them say any English, you guys say something, okay? On your mark, get set, go.
I think that I was trying to. Smally sour sauce and yincha science and. Sour sauce and. The little boys are gelatinous and little dog, I'm salt, I just. I looked at on and or drink. So, he saw this last obviously. Cezar sarfa, ne var Cezar sarfa? Ah, ben böyle sarı Cezar satıldı. Bu diğer kendine bakıyorsun.
You said okay. Anyway, get up here. Everybody's still going. We'll keep going until. Okay, we're gonna keep going until the next. So Evelyn or Leroy, the winner has to stay here. Okay? Hold on your mark, get set, go. Hold on. Okay, you start, ready? Go. I think you say it kind of solid. Us, and you have to
Sabi newly was by husbands by side as headquarter Debbie Bashir. I newly was a bus of the strip.
The Kadim does it, so I don't.
Organization always say is.
The knee and down, and that's all.
Funny to me anyway, it's a hot.
This will be, you saw it down.
But you guys should play anyway, someone's off that advice. Piece of base around the.
Ice top, so we chose.
That's up way, you know.
Yeah, anyway, it's cut to the video, it's up really.
Oh, you know, Scotland, they heavy, it's such choice of fish, like, my son's, Lisa Spanari, it's in some.
This and use it for makes sense.
By substance are always supplied by the genocides by but just funds.
And we pay this into.
One year I was on the
Give her a hand, that was a minute and a half. Hey, I need a challenger for Leroy, I need a challenger, that was awesome. That's hard to say 1 year, right? Anybody? Anybody? Great. There you go, we have to someone up, oh, yes. Honey. No English. Can't even say 1 year. Or geez, or okay, or yeah. Okay, hold on, I have to get right in. That was over a minute, my timer ran out. Ready? Anybody can start, set, go. I mean, so easy. Awesome. I'll text you, geez. Do say,
I'm gonna knock down also stay.
I'll need it, say. No, yeah, it's, it has needs to talk about, so I don't think. I was out, well, we need to.
Yeah.
Yeah. How's tough? Oh, I see snack out. Oh, wait, no, we need one more. Let's do one more before we go for snack. Anybody? Yeah? Eugene. Oh, David will come up. Yeah, David, anything? Yeah, last one and then we'll go for snack. Okay? The record is over 1 minute. No, yeah, no 1 year, no cheese. Right?
How do you hear all the time then? Oh, it's always, what do you see? Academy of a big stage, you know, army stage, it's just big, no, years, no, holidays stage. Well, no, خليك تبي دي سوا، أنا أقول كافة دي سوا. كده هيك لا بس لا لا بخليك سبايز دي سوا. Yeah.
Congratulations, Leroy. You win. I don't know if you just win. This is so awesome, right? Even mama and baba, mama, right? So that's hard. Well, out with me. Good. Okay, we'll take a 10-minute break. We'll come back and we'll get on that human resource. Please let your elders and those with medical conditions go first, and we'll be back at 2:30.
That's awesome.
Yeah, this one's yours? I don't remember yet. Oh, thanks.
This one's a bit more of a pain, the power's on the bottom, so.
Oh, I see.
Check. Okay, we got a couple door prizes right now. We got 2 prizes of cold hard souvenir. $100 each. I hope you've been working your duckies.
Oh, you can use this other screen.
Okay, on your mark, get set, go.
And they're off. Bertha Tom is in the lead. David Tom second, Rosie Pierre, Rosie outlook dancing. Snack line, okay. Yeah. Ma. Sheena has it. Sheena, Rosie, stay in line. Sheena will come see you. She's right here.
All right, are we ready over there for the next one? Okay, we got one more $100 prize.
I got it. Just give it to me.
Hey, you didn't even speak. Okay, on your mark, get set, go.
Oh. Oh, Mary Dennis, with the big lead. Mary Dennis, sounds like Jensen. Oh yeah, she's right there, yep. Congratulations.
Okay, that's it for now, but yeah, enjoy your break, get a snack, stretch your legs, get some fresh air, we'll be back soon.
Yeah, you know how to turn that, that might be like that. You were talking for it. Yeah, yeah, you say, well, that's a chat. I don't know what you can. If you don't have exhaust. That dollar can.
Obviously, somebody must have shot my duck. Ito,
Good afternoon, my name is Debbie West, I'm the Wyoming Council for the Nation. My portfolio is finance and admin, and I'm here with the Human Resources Department. So in the past year, we've had Janessa Collins. She was doing the HR stuff as an HR contractor. And during that time, we also recruited Karen Dennis Alec, sorry, Karen Alec. She's been doing some HR stuff as well. But recently we've hired, first we hired Tennis Jorgensen. She's the HR lead. And just recently, like as of last week, we hired Darren Patrick as the HR business partner. So that is our human resources department. And first we'll have Karen talk, then Darren and Tennis. Thank you.
Hello, everybody. I'm Karen Alec. I'm the payroll administrator, but about a year ago, I stepped in to assist with HR duties, mostly just with employee needs that more related to payroll or benefits and pension. As we mentioned, we have Janessa Collins as our HR consultant. She assisted with the restructure of human resources, assisted with interview process, hiring, employment forms and contracts. I started assisting more with HR, the contracts and interviews around mid-September. I learned a lot over the past year. I thank the executive team for providing me the opportunity to gain that experience. It's been a challenge, but I accept the challenges. Yeah, and we have a new HR team, and I'm looking forward to working with them. Thanks.
First off, it's not a perm. Adi sa Darren Patrick Sadney, nagsamas yung abis ni Mary Anderson, ayat ni Tanian, ni Brandon Manitoba, akati bisik. Salib Simon Patrick, ayat ni Sinayan. And with that, akati bisik. I think I said that right. I'm privileged to be a part of this team now. For those that don't know me or didn't get the intro this morning, I do have a pretty extensive experience working with employees, usually on the other side of things. I was with the United Steelworkers as a staff representative and educator for a number of years. So I handled everything from health and safety concerns to arbitrations. I educated them as well on that. And I want to say that it was never always, always it wasn't confrontational. One of the best parts of the job was finding mediation between employers and staff. So I'm hoping to carry that experience into this role as well. Some of the job descriptions that I have to meet are to plan, develop, and implement some of our current HR policies, which have already been worked on and updated so far. Work and strategize with some of the directors and departments with existing job descriptions and staff initiatives, try to implement those. I want to ensure that, like I said, our policies, both existing and new ones to come, reflect the values and priorities of our nation and our governance. I want to work with the directors and the staff, in this role. And obviously work with the Canadian Aboriginal Human Resources Management Association and the Chartered Professionals in Human Resources. And looking at other nations with what their HR policies are and how we can best implement new strategies in ours, if that's possible. some of the things other than that are, just, and it'll probably be talked about later, we have our gas bar, and we also have natural resources, but bringing them into and seeing how they fit in with our human resources policies and job descriptions now best we can work forward with those designation and under the limited corporations that like the gas bar would be. So yeah, I'm very privileged to be back, for those of you who don't know me, I do have a law degree, specialization in Aboriginal law. And it was always my goal, no matter what I was being educated in, was to come back and work for the nation. And I'm here to do that. So if anyone has any questions afterwards, please feel free to contact me. And inside, I would say.
Hi, everybody. My name is Karen Garrison. I'm the new HR lead. I've been in and out of LBN front office since 2015. I started as a receptionist while I was in school, and then worked with fisheries and Talak and daycare. So I'm really excited to be with HR now. I will be in charge of doing all the hiring, recruitment, employee professions, and yeah, excited to work with y'all. Thank you.
Awesome, thank you, Darren, thank you, Debbie, Karen, and Tanis. Does anybody have any questions? Yeah, I see Eugene. Steve will come running. Keep your hand up, huge, yeah, there it is, yeah.
I seen the flailing.
Just a reminder that there's no personnel or personal or confidential. Please, thank you.
This is for the HR. Why hasn't the project administrator position been posted? And what's the education that you need to fill that position? This is the for Tatchet, and does the person in the position know how to budget?
Thank you, Eugene, for your question. So I just wanted to mention all the jobs for Lake Babine Nation are posted on the website and also on social media. The director type positions, when they're posted, the HR committee that consists of one per community, and we have 3 on their HR committee right now. So they interview the director positions and any other positions with the band. The LBM executive are available for interviews, and they also are here for questions as well. So for the other part of your question, I can have Marilyn answer that.
Thanks, Eugene. Like I stated, a lot of crisis has been taking our time. So there was no time for us to implement other programs. Now that we have the community navigator in place, we'll have time to do posting and to hire for that community position for Tetchet. And to let you know that the right now position who's in that position has done awesome with the budget. They've presented to us just last week, and we were thinking, wow, she awed us. So I think we do need someone that knows how to do budget, how to do work plans, how to implement that budget and work plan going forward. So we will advertise now, probably starting next week. Thanks.
Thank you, Marilyn. Thank you, Eugene, for the great question. No other questions for our HR? Emma, okay.
Thank you, and I'd like to welcome Darren to HR. It's exciting to see you. Anyways, I have a question about the budget and the new positions. We have a navigator and there was another position over there, HR. I know that with Indian Affairs, there is so much that they provide for population of a band. So I'm just wondering about the budget. Is there funds identified to hire navigator and two positions in HR?
Thanks, Emma, for your question. How it's working is, we have our own source revenue or revenues that are coming in and they're invested right away. And from that investment, we have interest earned. So that interest earned is able to fund Hatchet, Fort Babine communities, Old Fort communities, and it's able to fund other positions as well. And we do have capacity building and program enhancement that we're using for these positions as well.
The second question I want to ask, I know that you guys know, or I hopefully you guys know that the government came up with a hospital. People that went to Indian Hospital, which is Miller Bay, and there's 33 hospitals across Canada. And I know that Lake Babine, there's a lot of our people that went to Miller Bay Hospital and some died and there's some still alive. I just want to know if the band is going to initiate a position for that, because I feel this is very important. I know that back in the days, the Indian Hospital used people as an experiment. So this is very important, and recommend you to the chief and council to think of someone, or I guess a navigator. I don't know what we can call them, but there's funds available for a person that went to Indian Hospital. You know, they can apply for that, and there's a lot of our people, like I mentioned, that the parents passed on or the spouse passed on, that they're entitled to get funding for that. So I just wanted to bring that up beside all.
Messiah Emma, you actually nailed it. That is something the navigator would be able to help us with. And if it's something bigger, and once we know the whole situation, then we would know how many more people we need to bring in. But it's definitely something for the navigator to start.
Yeah, and in addition to that, I want to mention that it should be someone that can speak and understand our language, because I know there's a lot of people that went to the Indian Hospital, and I reviewed the application, the guidelines. I know it needs someone to explain how to fill out the forms and how to do that, because I'm one of the survivors, so I just wanted to bring that up because it's very important for Central.
Yeah, for sure. That's why I said that once we figure out what is all involved, we can start bringing others in, including people who know the language. Awesome. Thank you, Bernard. Thank you, Emma. I do have one quick question for the new team here.
how does HR plan on dealing with nepotism, favoritism, siloism, and cronyism? And can you explain cronyism if you know?
Me or them?
You, if you know it, if you don't, I have a definition. Cronyism is putting unqualified candidates in positions.
Donald Trump and his entire.
Whoa. No, I think the proper implementation of all policies is through fairness and equal opportunity. You know, we want to make sure that we have the capacity to fulfill proper positions, and that those qualified people are in there. Having a proper interview process and having a diverse committee of interviewers. I think that's just, you know, following the policies that are already in place. There's nothing wrong with it, with what's there right now. I think it's just a matter of following it. And you know what, I think there's always gonna be that perception of nepotism. You know, I mean, like I can't list how many people I'm gonna be related to that are gonna be going through this process, right? But I think, you know, maybe there's a history there, and I say maybe, you know, I don't know for a fact. I want to start with a clean slate, as I'm sure a lot of people do. And so when you start that way, and you just, sooner or later, we're gonna have to trust that process is being adhered to. And I'd like to think that I'll have the integrity as well as the rest of the team to uphold those processes. And it happens. And again, you know, someone's always gonna say, unfortunately, that, well, that person got that job because of this or that, or, you know, who they know. And, you know, we'll try to be as clear and transparent as possible and make sure that the right candidate gets the position for the betterment of the nation.
Awesome. Thank you, Darren. Awesome. We have one more question, Ron. AKA Pup. Like who's Ron?
Good afternoon, everybody. I got a question for the HR candidates. Back in 2000 or 2021, I believe, or 2020 or somewhere around there, I got invited by Bernard Patrick and what's his name, Rick Dow. They're the one that put me in place for the work that I was doing for Lake Valley Nation. I was doing a good job for taking care of the hall and cleaning up the band office for about 5 years. And my concern was I was doing like I said, I was doing really good work with them and did everything right. And only thing that really bugged me was that they didn't give me a raise.
Ron, that's a personnel question. Can you ask them later?
Okay, sorry, but this comes up to my attention. That's all I need to say. Thank you.
Thank you. They'll come up and see you, Ron.
Okay.
Thank you. Good. No other questions for our HR department? Good. I'll ask them to say thank you to our whole team here for coming up and introducing yourselves. You guys did awesome. Look forward to meeting with you guys. We're gonna go straight into grant writing. Can we ask Debbie West to stay up here? And Priscilla Kraus to come up? And Bill is gonna bring up his 50-50.
Nancy, just so you know.
Okay, Bill, we'll do it at 3:30. We'll do 50-50 after the grant writing presentation. I'll ask Deb to come introduce the team. Right after grant writing, we'll go straight into communication. So Frank, be on the lookout, okay? We're just gonna roll right through. Don't forget about dinner tonight, 5 o'clock sharp. Tomorrow night is going to be traditional dancing night competition. I don't know if it's competition.
just a cultural night. Talent night on Wednesday and then dancing night on Thursday. Just a reminder, so here's that.
Hey, good afternoon. So next we have the grant writing Indigenous Skills Program, Comprehensive Community Plan and Report. Priscilla Kraus is the grant writing director, ISP and CPP. Deanna Nolan Brown is the program coordinator, and Jess is the student support worker. So they will be doing the combined presentation. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. I know it's probably getting later in the day and people are getting tired of sitting, but I'll try to make ours quick. So just to introduce our team first. I'm Priscilla Kraus. I'm the grant writing director, and I'm also the technical lead for the Indigenous Skills Program. And we're also the lead for the update to the LBN Comprehensive Community Plan. And I'll let staff come up and introduce themselves.
Hi, Theo. My name is Deanna Brown Nolan, and I'm the program coordinator for the Indigenous Skills Program.
How do you feel? Jessica Brown, I am the student support worker.
Our report is on page 53, but I also have a presentation that we're going to follow. So first with grant writing, I've been hired since July 1st of 2020. And I have 24 years of experience with grant writing. So what I do is I do a lot of research. I do a lot of connecting with different funding agencies. So that's including federal, provincial, regional, and local. So there are a lot of different funding sources that are out there, and I'm thankful to some community members that also email some to me. So it's really great that I have that network with also our LBN members. I do a lot of data tracking and building relationships with different funding agencies. And I also do a lot of analysis in-house just to find out the needs of Lake Babine and how we can find the funding for different programs that we're not funded for right now. So I do have a 6-step process for when I develop proposals. It's first, we have to look at our organizational priorities as a nation to see if it's lining up with the funding that's available out there. Then I do some drafts of proposals. So it's a lot of writing. I'm on my computer a lot of the time. And then we look at prioritizing proposals because we have a lot of different departments and a lot of them have the same needs. So we try to look at what is the top priority for this year, what is going to be next year's, which programs need more money, which ones have priority over others. So sometimes it's really tough decisions that we have to go through. And then looking for the funding sources, like I mentioned, we go federal, provincial, regional, and local. And then we look at doing the proposal development, submission, and actually submitting the funding. And then we wait, we want to start proposal committee review committee, but we wanted to wait until all the other committees were started before that one comes ahead. So that will be coming down the pike. So some of the outcomes, that's an old number, so it's actually over 150 proposals and grants completed. I brought in 4.9 million funding sources, primarily through the Government of Canada, the Province of BC, First Nations Health Authority, New Relationship Trust, PIGNATA, First Peoples Cultural Council, and other local agencies. And the programs that have benefited from it is education, training, health, capital infrastructure, housing, community programming, recreation, policy development, and governance. So the next piece of what I wanted to report on is I'm the technical lead for the Indigenous Skills Program. You may have heard of some of the programming that we've offered. We've had the program running since 2017, and I became technical lead in 2020 when I took on the grant writing director position. So what we did within that was worked alongside the chief and council and did some negotiating for funding, did program design and curriculum development. We have a team of 4 people, including myself, Deanna, Jessica, and not able to be here today is Brad Bell. So some of the programs that we've delivered include business administration, environmental resource technology, human services diploma, and last year's genetic then community leadership certificate, and I'll get the girls to share a little bit more about that program. We've also offered skills training to LBN Forestry every year. It's about 6 weeks in length. And what we do is we sit down and we create a customized training program for LBN Forestry. And now we're looking at delivering the same program out into the communities. We've already been out to Tachet a few times. Great community, love being there. We want to be out with that also. And also to start here in Wyoming. We actually had our first delivery a few weeks ago, but we postponed it because we had low attendance, low registration. So we're hoping that we're gonna get more community members interested to take part in our programs. Upcoming, we had initially wanted to deliver the diploma level of the United Bend Community Leadership Program. But we're gonna shift gears. We're gonna wait a bit longer on that one, and we're gonna move into a higher need that the nation needs, which is office administration. So we're gonna be looking for funding for that as well. So I'll let Deanna take the next part of this, and this is to speak on the Indigenous Skills Program and what the United Bend Community Leadership Program had to offer.
The LBN Indigenous Skills Program, program and design curriculum development. It's community-based in all communities on reserve, urban, virtual, and land-based. We're accustomed to Lake Babine Nation. So our mandate and our vision comes from it started coming from the foundation agreement, and whatever area that our nation is going to grow in, our program is there to help train and make sure that we're ready for that influx of jobs or changes in there. So it's really customized to what LBN needs and in the moment. Inclusion of the Natican history, culture, language with our Natican knowledge holders. Addressing the capacity needs within the foundation agreement, as I just mentioned. We're family oriented and supported, and health and wellness is a priority. A big part of our programming is how we support our students. So a lot of our students who go off to post-secondary, a lot of times go alone. And so not only is there a change in culture and where they're living and where they're going to school, so there's all these different changes that cause a lot of barriers for our people. In our programming, what we try to do is bring post-secondary schooling to our community so that our people don't have to leave the community to go out and get those higher education. But that way we also wrap them around with support within our community so that they're strong, successful students, so that everything is taken care of in their lives, and we teach them a lot of skills, coping skills, stress management skills, self-care skills, on top of just the academic programming, as well as really strong cultural teachings, and bringing in our own knowledge holders, people to come in to speak to the culture, to speak to the amalgamation, to speak to the history. And so we bring all that together in our programming so that our students are well-rounded, not only in academic schooling, but also in our culture and our knowledge and the information that they need about our communities, all the communities. We really try to infuse that in there. Here's some pictures of our progress, some of our programs and our graduating classes. Student feedback, we asked for students to give us some feedback for what their experiences. I was greatly inspired by the program to help. I want to help our communities to heal and grow so we can guide our nation through the right direction of self-governance. Through my recovery from addictions and graduating this program, my love for helping our Indigenous people has grown immensely. And that's from Shania Michelle, who's here today. And she's one of our graduates from not only one program, but 2 programs that she came through. And so you see the changes that it has and the impacts it has on our people. So give Shania the hand. We're very proud of her. Another quote was, one of the biggest aspects of my growth was realizing that leadership isn't about being in charge. It's about witnessing, supporting, and nurturing. The concept of witnessing, as Dr. Lissert shared, taught me to engage actively and validate others' experiences. This has helped me understand what my role is to uplift others, just as my mentors have uplifted me. And that was written by Carlene Williams, who was one of our students that was in the Natican Leadership Program this past year as well. Overall, my experience in the Natican Community Leadership Program has been overwhelmingly positive. The combination of well-structured courses, dedicated instructors, and inspiring guest speakers has exceeded my expectations and has truly deepened my expectation and has truly deepened my commitment to contributing to my community. And that's from Chrissy Staplin, who's one of our urban students, and her lineage brings her back to her dad. And so she's with part of the Aslan family. And again, we're able to allow for our programming to go across all borders so that we can try to bring students together in many different ways so that there's success all across our communities. How diverse they are and how each of our communities has special needs that they need to be addressed. And so we try to do that. We try to really meet what the needs are of each of the communities.
So what I had mentioned earlier is that when we were talking about going out to the communities, this is a piece of some of the training that we want to incorporate into the community. So we're starting with workshops and shorter sessions so that the programs aren't too overwhelming for our members. So we're looking at different opportunities for doing professional development in the community so that we can get people job ready and ready for some of the careers that our HR team will be hiring for in the next few years. So we're looking at the topic areas that includes governance and leadership, business administration, like I mentioned. We also, as Deanna had said, with the LBN 101, we incorporate our Natitlan history, culture, and language in every single session that we deliver, so that it's customized to our people. You're hearing from our own elders, from our own knowledge holders, with our own information. So we want to make sure that we're indigenizing all of our content. We also wanted to focus on communications and conflict resolution. We know that there's issues in the communities. We know that there's issues between members and between staff. So we need to be able to be honest about that and have some really good discussions and create some really good solutions for us to be able to communicate better as people. And then the health and wellness. We're really blessed to have Jess on the team. She is a certified IPOD practitioner. And she does really amazing work. Like if you've ever had the chance to sit in one of our workshops, she does some really good grounding techniques. She has some really good activities. Some are fun, some are land-based. Okay, I'll just let Jess speak to that because she's a professional in that.
Hi, Theo. I'm Jessica Brown. I'm a student support worker for our LBN Skills and Development Programs. So when we have our programs running, we usually have a class of either 10 to almost about 20 now. So my main role is to make sure that my students are well taken care of. A lot of the decolonization of our schooling system is what we're like really trying to aim for, to make sure that everybody who had a bad experience has a good experience and is able to like really relate it to what our community needs at all times. So the biggest part, like I said, is being that nurturer, making sure that people are okay, doing check-ins. If anybody's feeling extra heavy on their heart or if there's a heavy subject, you know, when it comes to the decolonization, it doesn't really happen like right there. Sometimes your body kind of goes into shock and you kind of just get through what you need to get through. And then it's usually a couple days later, maybe a week later, you start to feel a little bit like blah. So that's when I kind of come in and we kind of be able to like shift that energy in your body. The biggest thing about ISOT is it's Indigenous focused orientated therapy. So I try to make sure that there's so much land-based activities to make sure that we know that this is where, you know, our intel holds us up. That's the biggest lesson I've learned is that we take care of our yinta and our yinta takes care of us. So in that, there's so much medicine that we can get from any kind of trauma that we've been through, we just have to find it. So my main role is to make sure that you're able to find that within yourself and to be able to sit beside trauma and not to continue to go through it and really like sit in it because you're not there anymore. So that's the biggest thing is that you're here, you're safe. The biggest thing for me is make sure that I have classroom safety so that no matter any kind of conversation, everybody is free to speak their truth and we make space for that. So I would say.
And the last piece of our Indigenous skills program and all the training that we deliver, we also want to be able to help community members with their English and math. So you'll always see on job applications for driver's license, for a lot of these other different things, even to enter post-secondary, there's minimum requirements of usually about a grade 10. So English and math is also gonna be a priority for us to bring out to the communities. Brad Bell is our instructor for that, so we'll see you guys out in the communities, and we hope to see you guys come attend our sessions, because we really want to be able to provide those supports to all communities. Now, the next piece of a little bit of a side thing that I worked on off the side of my desk. This was kind of when Frank was just coming in as communications director. I did mention this last year that Lake Babine Nation has its own app, and we have it up and running. You'll see updates. So if you download the app, you'll get instant updates from Lake Babine Nation. So we have different things that are included on it. On the very far left of the screen that you can see, so that's what it will look like on your phone. It's just a little button that has the LBN logo. And what we have on there is we include news, we include jobs, we include different events. So whenever there's events happening in the communities, it'll show up, and you'll get a notification on your cell phone once it happens. So feel free to download that app, and it's a great thing to use for technology. Now, the last piece of our work. So we've been tasked with updating the LBN Comprehensive Community Plan. So this plan actually was first created in 2017. Deanna was actually the lead on developing that, and it took a lot of work. Like, it took her about a year and a half for them to develop this plan. And now we're at the phase of needing to update that. So you can see on the left picture, it says 2017 to 2022. So it's way overdue for an update. We're almost 4 years late on an update. So we're tasked with updating this, and we're going to be coming around to the communities to review your section of the CCP. So Waiani has its own section, Patchett has its own section, Widad has its own section, Old Fort, Donald's Landing, and Urban. So we're going to be going around, gathering the feedback, and also sharing with everybody what's actually been happening. And we're able to tick off certain things that the community members have shared with us, because a lot of work went into that. And being able to show that there has been progress is going to be exciting for each of the communities. So we want to be able to bring that around as well. And what follows the comprehensive community plan is also the strategic plan for Lake Babine Nation. So what I did work on was an integrated plan that shows the strategic plan, the comprehensive community plan, and the foundation agreement. So it's all compiled into one document. And that's going to be a very large, high-level document that is going to help guide the work that we do within LBN. I would say thank you.
We do have some time for questions for anything to do with grant writing. Yeah. Steve, there he comes. Yeah, he's just standing. Yeah, Richard.
Artie, you need it. How about it? Very good. Gee, you'll be expert. So, what is here? Indian medicine, I know. Wild berries, I know. And wild potatoes, I know. Onion, all covered up the road now. Being locked out, being destroyed. What we gotta learn from our kids, what I gotta teach my kids, my grandkids. What we got done, we don't know. It's all destroyed. Our medicine, our Indian medicine, what we need what everybody needs in this world. How to take care of ourselves. I'm a hunter and a trapper and a fisherman. I want each one of your dad and mom, how they survive. I know I watch down the line. We love them, they carry their knowledge and we pass it on to us. Our berries are just getting destroyed out there. What we gotta survive on in the future, what we gotta teach our kids. What kind of berries we gotta pick out, what kind of food we gotta put on the table. We got very little things out there in our culture. Hope somebody can listen to you. I'm trying to teach my grandkids and my nephews and my cousins. Each one of your family I know. Some are growing up, children are running around, sit them down, talk to them. I'm talking to my grandkids and my nephews and my niece. They're all outside, not in Burlington. They're learning something in school, try to learn, but they push them away. Same with hospital. They heard about how they put needles there. My dad and mom had a hard time in the hospital. And only they locked them up, be like they're prisoners, can't go in. I can talk to them through glasses. Somewhere we're all getting old. And the youngest one, young kids like this, we might teach them some wisdom. Wisdom would be with God. We pass it, they pass it on to us. We could teach them. Thank you.
Awesome, thank you, Richard. Lots of notes were taken. There's not a lot of questions, so thank you.
There wasn't a question, but I do just wanna thank you for your comments, and for anyone else out there too who feels like Richard, who you feel like you have a lot of knowledge and part of our culture, come identify yourself to us so that we know and we'll be able to call on you when the time comes if we need to talk about plants or hunting or trapping in our program. We do already utilize a lot of our knowledge keepers in the community as well as the Inta Guardians who do a lot of teaching with the younger generations in the classroom, and so we brought them into our class as well. But thank you for that comment, and for anyone out there who you feel like you have a really strong knowledge of anything that's in our culture, please identify yourself to us so that we can bring you into our classrooms. We'd love to have you guys speak to our students.
Excuse me, I was putting up my hand to add something on to that. I know I'm council, but I'm still a member as well. So to Richard's question, to this group here, he is right about what he talks about. Our young kids need to learn a lot more about what they need to do to open up an elders home here in Birds Lake. And this group can help us do that. You know? The other thing is traditional teaching. They teach him how to teach our kids about medicinal plants. That's what he's asking. He's asking for help in that sense with this group here, because he knows what they're doing. It's about teaching our kids. This is what we're supposed to be all doing and thinking about, teaching our kids, not ourselves. Don't think about the money. we could help this group. In other nations, I look at other nations, they're very advancing towards everything that they do. I went to a coalition projection in Toronto in last April. This is how they're utilizing to teach their people how to get ahead. We need to learn a lot more from these young ladies here. They want an advanced education in our way, right? That's what they're asking. We can't ignore something like this. This is just to get us ahead as First Nation people here. So that our kids can work at the mining places which are gonna open pretty soon. In forestry, in silviculture, and a lot of stuff that we need for our children. For some of the people that are sitting here, the kids that don't have jobs right now. This program has put a lot of these kids to work. And it stopped because of money. We need to find that money and continue to, fund this program. That's what I wanted to add on to what Richard was saying. I'm sorry, guys, but I really needed to say this. What Richard is saying is he's asking for help for something like this because of what his parents went through. And if we're gonna open up something like this in old age home, we need to learn, right? Thank you.
Thank you, Mel. We do have Emma. And we'll ask our communications to be ready.
No.
Yes.
No.
No, that's not a choice, Frank. Emma, and then we'll go straight to communications.
Okay, thank you, Priscilla, for your report and the staff. There are a couple of things. I want to thank you for the funds you brought in. I know it's a lot of work and there's still a lot of money out there. But one thing I want to touch upon is the Jordan's Principle. That program, when it was announced, I got after ISK to get the money for our band because Jordan's Principle is to help special needs kids and families at risk. I know that the staff that worked under me were very dedicated, they worked hard. I understand that program is not running again. I want to know why that's not running because I feel that this program helped a lot of our special needs kids that there's fence built that protecting kids. That's one. And the other one is the strategic planning. You know that Donald Stanley did have a strategic planning session 5 or 6 years ago. There's a report. We need to do another follow-up session because this report is a roadmap to getting more money for our proposed community, because right now, when I mentioned that a lot of our people live in Vancouver, Prince George, it's not because of their fault. There's no land up here anymore. We have to start developing down Old Fort and Donald's Landing. That's what the money's there for. And I bought a copy of this All Clans Potlatch Assembly that we did in 1987. It's got a picture of the elders and the HCs back in the days. What their dream was is to, like the theme is said, together we move forward. Every elder or HCs in this book, they said they want the people to work together to move forward. So that's what we have to do. We have to tell City Council that any of the programs that we're going to start, it should be driven by the people from without Old Fort, Donald's Landing, Burns Lake. Because it's very important that any programs services should be run by our people. The last one that I want to recommend, I know you're doing a really good job, and, you know, one of the things I've been thinking about is just envisioning creative and being innovative, is that, the CDC, I don't know if it's still running, but I thought, I had a dream that, we had our own education institute. So I thought, like, in Brunswick area, we have 6 nations. If we include Stelaco, it'll be 7 nations. If chief and council of the 7 nations get together and start planning, education institute with NVIT, that would be really good, because we have a lot of members that can take trades training. We have wealth of experienced qualified members that our people should be utilized. Like Melvin said, he sees a lot of bands progressing. They're progressing because they're using their own people. So that's what I really want to see, is our own education institute in the future. Besides y'all.
Thank you for. Hello, oh, there we go. Thank you for your comments and your recommendations. I'll go backwards. So you had mentioned Jordan's Principle. Yes, I'm familiar with the program. I did help find the funding for it. I believe there's gonna be an update under health or child and family on Jordan's Principle and where the status of that is. And in regards to the comprehensive community plan, totally agree, that's gonna be our driving force behind all the programs and funding that we're gonna get for Lake Babine. So it's really important that when you see the notices come out for each of the communities, please come out, because we need to hear from you. It's gonna be the members' plan, it's not ours. We're gonna be listening to you guys to find out what needs we have for Lake Babine Nation. It's gonna be another large document, it's gonna be a large undertaking. And I do have a copy of the Donald's Landing Pinkett report. So Deanna and I have both been tackling all of these documents, because we don't want to recreate the wheel. So we're looking through all of our past documents, all the reports, meeting minutes. So we're looking at all of these just to make sure that we're aligning it with the CCP and the strategic plan. And last but not least, the NBID and coming up with an educational institute for the North. Totally agree. So there has been a working group that was developed a few years ago. It was a partnership between all 6 First Nations, had the LNDC, it also had the Village of Burns Lake. So we were looking at partnering with NVIT and creating a northern NVIT campus. So we still want to be able to have those discussions, and we're gonna need to have a lot of push to get something like that on the go. And I'm pretty sure LBN Forestry will also be updating on their report about the educational facility that they're looking at building in the next few years. So again, thank you, and hope to see you guys out at our sessions. Have a good afternoon, I would say.
Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Thank you. Good, good. You wanna say thank you? Thank you. Thank you. Victor, are you able to go see the team? Because we were done with our grant writers. Victor and Walter, please go see the grant writing team, and I will ask communications to come up. Frank, I have a quick question before you start, Frank. Who's gonna take your picture when you're doing your report? Hey? Who's gonna take it? Me? I could. Okay, we'll do 50-50 because it's communications, okay? We'll do, who's, I didn't buy tickets, so am I able to draw it? Is that cool? Good? The winner will get $200 and $35 to me for drawing the ticket. Oh, yeah. $235 to the winner. Yeah, I'm shaking. Oh, there was panic in this thing. I know it. I could feel it. There we go. The winning ticket for $235. Blue ticket 0180117. Nope, nobody named on it. 1176.
No name on it?
Nope. Right?
Your number?
1176. Going once,
No, wrong.
going twice. We'll post it.
I'll post.
Yeah, we'll post it. No name on it. 1176.
Go to casino, don't.
We'll go hang it up by the team over there, and if nobody claims it by the end of the week, it'll go into the chair's pockets. Yeah. 1176, good. So we'll move on. I'll ask Debbie West to come up again, and she'll introduce Frank. I'll ask Babine, and if Emmanuel is here, you guys are next up on the list.
Thank you. So next we have Frank Peebles, who's the Senior Communications Specialist. Thank you.
Well, not that senior. I'll get there. Now, one time I got to interview William Shep on stage like this. And it was the only time where I had a whole fanboy experience. I'm like, oh, let's do a selfie with the crowd. But today, I'm doing it again. I want a selfie with the crowd. Because y'all are so good looking.
All right. Wave, everybody. Troy, you're in there, Troy.
Cool. I'll send my bill to everybody after the AGM. Well, how nice to be here at the end of the day where everyone is completely bored and tired and wants food, and they gotta list some schmo up here who cannot possibly be a product of nepotism because I'm as neato as it gets.
Use your cousin.
You get, you could line up everybody at the LBN administration office and find zero DNA connection whatsoever. So I can confirm nepotism is not a problem at LBN. There's somebody asking a question already before I even start, and I'm gonna say yes. Did you have a question? Nope, just stretching the arms.
Walter, yeah. Yeah.
If an elder wants to ask a question, I'm happy to.
Totally. Yeah. Walter. Steve, or yeah, Steve's son.
Oh, look.
Eugene, you wanna point?
Steve sending
Walter?
his son to run now. That's a
Yeah,
clever boy.
thank you.
Right behind you, sir.
Thank you, Frank.
I want to share about my dad. A long time ago, there's no band office. He do a lot of trapping. Then he go to Vancouver on the passenger train. Talk to Bill Bennett. Then coast Nixon, they help him out to talk to that Bill Bennett about a pension, ambulance, 5 things it came through. I thank the Lord for my dad. He do a lot of the trafficking. He's with my mom, who's from Port Edmonton. Long time ago, hang around with my mom.
before we're gonna get married to my mom. He had, all around, right above, Fred Williams' place, for the team, ball team, all that west, we play ball, play with the old Fort member. He put up a game before he married my mom. And I thank God for my dad. He go to Vancouver with passenger train. Then I'm gonna share about my brother. GB was the first counselor. Gotcha. I bring him there to meeting a lot of times. Oh, he come out, every good man, oh, he wants to check us. What do you mean, wants to check us? Well, you will never find out yourself who they check us. And I went in there, and I found out who's check us there, and the chief of the council. You know that I found out from my brother's TV, who was the first counselor for Taichen. Now we get two jackass counselors in Taichen. He's supposed to have meeting with us every now and then. Last 3 weeks ago, we had the meeting there. Only one jackass came. He's supposed to have meeting now and then. Talk about the business over here. AGA meeting. We need somebody to talk to government. Government, they really not the same no more. The president is the jackass. Can't get along with the First Nation. It's really bad. And I listened to that TV last night. I was Russian, they're really bad. You ready to watch them? Coming to the Canada for now, war. Big war is coming. You have the war in the past that although so we have to watch out for those jackass Rusty. I'm ready to work jackass. Let's do.
Thank you very much.
Awesome, thank you. Go ahead, Frank.
Oh, that's fascinating. I hope it was my professional sense of curiosity that sort of motivated LBN staff to knock on my door and ask me to come and do this, because I am kind of a junkie for people's stories. I'm a total addict to research and education. So my background, for those who don't know, is well, I was born and raised in Burns Lake. This very room is, where we used to have our high school dances and play our volleyball and all that stuff. And I grew up at Francois Lake, in between Francois and Pacific. My dad is the late Arnold Peebles. My mom is Bernadette Peebles, for those who know those. And I went off as fast as I could and quit the farm and quit Burns Lake and got the hell out of this town as fast as I could as soon as graduation happened. And it didn't take me more than about 6 months to realize what a giant mistake that was. And it took me 30 years and 2 wives to get back. I'm not married to those reasons I wasn't back here earlier anymore. So I got a call because I was just farming back here again and said, come and do our communication, because you have been for 30, 35 years involved in various newspapers, magazines, radio, television around northern BC. You've been the communications guy for the provincial government. You've been the communications guy for the Prince George Cougars. You've been the communications guy for a school district and a couple of First Nations. And you're just farming. Quit wasting your time and come help us. So I jumped for joy, put the shovel away, told my cousin to follow his own cows around. And I came to work for LBN. And what a revelation. What a revelation. As the communications person, it's my job to take what's going on within an organization and project it out to the public. But first I have to collect that information. Like any good husband or even a mediocre husband, you gotta shut up and listen for a while. And that's my stage right now. I'm in the shut up and listen phase. And I hope I'm always gonna be in that phase a little bit, because there's not just a little bit to learn. I am a research junkie. So when I found out that at the end of Babine Lake, 1,000 years ago, the Netitan culture built an island. What? What the heck are you talking, like, how did you do that? And so that's my next fascination. How did you build an island? How do you build an island now, let alone 1,000 years ago with the technology of that day? Clever, industrious, fascinating. And that's just one tiny little example of what I'm learning here. So yeah, I'll get the word out, but first I have to learn what the words are. And as a big part of that, I'm going to try out some Netitan words. I got this from Dorothy Patrick. So my apologies, Dorothy. I hope I don't ruin this. But Kenik Siditsa. Did I get that right? Somebody tell me what that means. Yeah, that's the name of our new newspaper. Kenik Siditsa. Which means, hey Nito, shut up and take notes. So we don't have an exact date for when that's going to start, but I have started collecting information. And in the meantime, when I do collect information that's pertinent to right now, I put it out. We're doing that on Facebook already. Yeah, I know that Facebook is used pretty heavily for the LBN message. And I know that because we have metrics. We can actually look at that and find out how Facebook has been doing for us to get our message out. And I actually took some notes on that just yesterday. In the last 90 days, the Lake Babine Nation Facebook page was viewed 192,000 times. 6,000 of those views resulted in someone clicking on it. And another 2,000 of those actually did something with it, made a comment, hit like, shared it, something like that. So that is fantastic message spreading. That's really great. 9 people unfollowed LBN in the last 90 days. What the hell? What do we got to do to keep you there? It's okay. We'll catch up because 65 new people joined. So that's all right. We're doing well. If that keeps up, we'll have all of Northern BC following LBN before you know it. And that's kind of the goal. It's there for the LBN membership, but Facebook is public. So it's there for everybody to view. An LBN member who lives in Saudi Arabia or in England or in southern Botswana can read what's going on here via Facebook. They can also interact heavily. So all over the world, we can get our message out. But the new newsletter will be able to get it out in a very specific way. We'll be able to tell our story very, very directly. And that might include something like saying we're going to have a vaccination clinic coming up, or we're going to have some kind of health meeting in Tachet or in Fort Babine. It might mean that we're going to talk about housing or something, but it also is just going to be about stories, the interesting things, the people who stand up and tell their stories about how they used to collect plants, how they still collect those plants, and how they can teach the collecting of those plants. Those are the things we can put in and make sure that the public understands what's going on. LBN members are inspired to continue what's going on. And children especially is my goal. Get inspired to maybe go find out what plants they can eat, metaphorically. In the meantime, the general newspaper around here has taken an interest in what we're doing. I believe we are now in the Lakes District News, the last 7 editions in a row, which is a record. It's helpful that they don't have a very strong journalism program in Northern BC anymore. By program, I mean, there's not a lot of reporters employed anymore. So when they need a story for the newspaper, well, in our case, I just write it and send it in and they put it in. So we get our message out directly, right? So when 3 LBN student teachers get international travel opportunities, we get to put that story in because we wrote it and they ran it. And when the newspaper's interested in the Lake Babine Nation recycling program, we wrote that story, we sent it in, they published it. I would call it cheating, but I've done it so long that I think I know what I'm doing, so I don't feel bad about it at all. And on that recycling story, I included the word, and a simple little thing, I know, in this room, it won't matter at all, but I just said, oh yes, this program's going on in Wyoming Reserve, it's going on in Tachet, it's going on in Witat. And then I thought, I'm gonna check on that. And sure enough, other than obligatory news releases, the word Witat had never been published in the Lakes District News in history. It's a small little victory, but I'm going to take that because we're going to be doing that a lot. That's the whole point. Regular culture doesn't necessarily understand what's going on in this room, and they should. It would make life a lot easier for all of us. And governments need to understand what LBN is doing. I've worked for a lot of First Nations and Indigenous organizations over the last 30 years. Let me tell you how far ahead LBN is. I overhear it in the hallways of the admin office about how, oh man, I wish we had one more of this, and I don't think we're doing a good job of that. But you're doing the job. You have people there that you have 3 schools, for goodness sakes. 3. That's amazing. That's something to be really excited about. When I did some work for Plate Lake in Prince George, I remember my friend Edie Frederick passed away, and her mother had passed away a month before that. That was 20% of their fluent speakers lost in 1 month. There are more people sitting at any one of these tables that speak Neditan. When I got to the amazing privilege of being able to sit through some of the hereditary chief meetings to take notes. Well, I mean, how could I take notes? Every single word was in Neditan, right? There was no English there except when it was a joke. That's amazing. Lake Babine Nation is 100 miles ahead culturally of so many First Nations in the immediate area. I just have to get the word out to people so that that is understood. The foundation agreement is happening because of LBN's advanced modern culture based on thousands of years of doing it the right way. And that's just getting going too. I can't wait to talk more about that to the world. The reason that the Minister of Forests has come to the administration office of Lake Babine Nation, but hasn't gone to the village of Burns Lake or the regional district office, is testament to how LBN is way ahead, doing amazing things that the entire province is taking note of. And I get the privilege of being able to sit down, take some notes, and put that out into the world. And so that brings me to a little ad that we did. And it was Dorothy Patrick again who stepped into this little challenge. Because CKPG phoned us up and said, we want you to take part in our Truth and Reconciliation ad campaign, a television campaign. So we said, oh, sure, of course. And we did up an ad, Dorothy and I. And once it was out, it crossed my mind to ask CKPG. They confirmed, and I believe the entire Patterson newspaper and, broadcasting chain confirmed that it was the first ad in their history that was spoken entirely in any Indigenous First Nations language. We did the entire ad in Editon. The words were written on the screen, but spoken in traditional language, beginning to end. And so we're going to play that now. And I hope I can leave that with you as a sign of what I intend to do in this position. And that is to get the word out about a culture that is going to be, I don't know, I just see LBN culture as standing as tall 1,000 years from now as it did 1,000 years ago. So give her a roll there, Steve.
Scott Residential School, Natividad, Papa Bay, After 9400 Quebec, because Black me Scott, so what's on your way there? Black me Thailand, yung Natividad. It's on there and a woman. They Babine Nation, hindi siya, hindi mo there sa mukhaan sa.
That's it, 30 seconds, but that's gonna float for years and years and years to come, because we made sure there was no date on this. We run cheaper next year. Now, I've got a lot of things to do. Rebuild a website, start up a magazine for us. You just keep pumping out news releases and making sure that internally word spreads from department to department in the most efficient way possible. And that's really the job of communications. Take a lot of blah, 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 and turn it into something small and digest. So next year when we have this conversation, I hope we have a lot more than just one 30-second ad spot to show. But I have every confidence it's going to be a lot of fun to have this meeting again. Now, questions, answers. Throw your hands up. I want to hear. Yes, sir.
Yeah, Richard and then Garnet. Steve, you have your young fella there.
Can I get you from Garnet again?
Yes.
Garnet has a fantastic voice. That's a man who should be on radio.
We have 10 minutes.
Microphone.
We have 10 minutes. Okay, yeah, I see Emmanuel is here, so we will be starting that soon. Go ahead, Richard.
Oh yeah, there you go.
About this education of the people, you want to explain it to them, do it right, put them in class.
Oh yeah.
Make somebody knows about the land. There's lots of knowledge out there. I was 10 years old. My grandpa and my dad taught me how to live off the land. They guided me. I blessed them with all my heart with them. The last one I come out with is my grandma. 1980, we come out of the bush. All my cousins were there. We live off the land, pick out berries, wild berries, potatoes, onions, all native food we pick out. Somebody can teach you that. I can teach you a little bit what is left out there in the bush. Now it's all halfway destroyed by mining. What do we got in here? My cousin's grandkid, my friend's grandkid. all these girls are coming up at 8. We gotta pick them up and lead them out and teach them knowledge. I got some knowledge in me, what I got passed on with my grandkids, my grandpa, and my grandma, and my dad and mom, and my uncle. We gotta push on in this lifetime. I don't know what's gonna happen in the future. People are dying on the other side, explosion, because of the property. They want, they want their stuff. They go up in our mountain, pick out some rock, make an explosion out of that. A gold. Little bit we got, not too much, just enough. If I find some, I'm gonna spread it out to my family, my friends, all community.
You start wrapping it up.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Tessa, did you have something to
I'll
ask?
Victor,
She just yawning.
Victor, did you wanna have a question before we go to Garnet? Okay, you wanna put your hand up? The guy's right behind you. Yeah, and then we'll go to Garnet. We missed Victor earlier.
Hello, Victor.
Hi. That was it, finally, my site. When I was growing up, 5 years old, there, when they were gathering up the kids at Oldford, you know, and putting them into a plane, and they were overloading the plane there, Father McCormick's plane, 7 students or more were being packed in there, screaming away, and being flown to Fraser Lake. And I was one of the kids, little brat, that was told to learn the English language to the best of my ability. So I told him, you put me in that plane, I'm gonna drop it from the sky, you take me to that school, I'm gonna burn it down. As the kids were screaming just like a bunch of cattle, they were being hauled out. I was 5 years old, the hereditary chiefs of the day stood up for a few of us to stay in the community and keep our language, custom, and tradition. And Hudson Bay Company just so happened to bring a volunteer down from Manitoba or wherever the hell they go and come back, and a teacher volunteered to come down to Allport and teach those of us that stayed home to keep our custom and tradition and our language. And the teacher of the day there that came from and volunteered, my elders told me to do some chores for her so that she can tutor me after school and teach me the English language. The teacher goes, you learn more English than, I mean, you know more English than I do. What do I need to teach you? When I was 8 years old, we moved to Pendleton Bay, north of here. And I did the same thing there. Did chores for the teacher to tutor me after school, chop their kindlings, got her bath water, whatever she needed. So that I could, my elders said I can confront those white men that do wrong so our people don't suffer. Not only the white man, my child, they tell me, my ancestors, it is your own. For this almighty dollar will make your people suffer. You confront them as well. And I have been. Right today, I'm a troublemaker, they tell me, but I'm not.
I try to correct things, and it hurts when the truth comes out, it hurts. But that's the way I was brought up. Not in the gap, thank God. Those people, and up here in Immaculata, the poor guy, they named the wrong guy. There was some things going on there. But when I was young, I threatened the priest and the guy that cornered me. I'm growing up. You ever touch me, I'll kill you. That's what I told him when I was 8 years old. But those are the things that we are faced with back. I mean, there's a lot to be done with truth and reconciliation. Those are two big words. We haven't even skimmed the top of it.
Thank you, Victor.
Thank you very much, Victor. I think Audit is next, so if you would mind just hanging off with Audit, that'd be all right.
Yeah. We have 2 minutes started, so make it quick and then I'll ask Emmanuel and Fabian to be ready.
Just another question, just a comment, reconciliation. Isn't about us or Lake Valley Foundation. Reconciliation is about our values taken from us, our values. Or taken from the land, our culture, our tradition. 94 call to action. I mean, I'm a survivor. This reconciliation, our values, even today are being destroyed. We are talking about our berries, our traditional plant. I always pray in the morning time. No, second, the young talk. Hey, say, no, young talk. Oh, yet now. The play for the ego of the ego. Hey, back in. Funny bear, you know, meaning that. The fox bear were you know, meaning. The just talk was you know, meaning. Just talk was you know, meaning. This is our strength, our culture, our tradition. That was the Almighty Messiah, I would say.
Messiah. Frank, can you translate that, please?
Dinner will soon be served.
Awesome.
I think you can all tell that the LBN voice is very strong. So I'm gonna try and collect it. Be patient with me. But don't let me off any hooks either. And we will get some of those stories, like we just heard, put out there, as we should. Thank you very much, and I look forward to talking with you again next year, deal? Y'all gotta be back.
Oh, wait, we didn't take your picture, Frank. That's okay. Okay, good.
Yeah, I just.
Somebody did. I was just kidding. Tennille did, yeah. So could I ask Emmanuel to come up? I saw Fabian come up right away. Okay. This will be our last presentation. We'll do some door prizes before dinner. Awesome. I'll pass it on straight to Councillor Fabian Michelle and he'll introduce Emmanuel.
Adi, Masai can you know the Adi. That's the one and all that. Adi Kachat Hutan, the Holy Side. Can you hear me? That's good. Then the need in economic development one the committee way at I. I declared no to be at
This man standing beside me is Manuel Agua, Economic Development Director. He's working hard on a plan for the money that we're about to give him. And he has a committee which he will introduce himself. I'll give you Emmanuel Agua. Site.
Hi, Councilor Babine, Michelle. Thank you, everybody. Good afternoon. My name is Emmanuel, and I'm the Director for Economic Development for Lake Babine Nation. I'm thankful to be here today, and I'm very thankful to be able to work and learn with all of you in the community of Lake Babine Nation. Today, I'll present the Annual General Assembly update on the Economic Development Department report for Lake Babine Nation. First of all, I want to thank everyone for coming to this AGA this year. I want to thank the Chief of Lake Babine Nation. I want to thank all council members of Lake Babine Nation, as well as administration staffs, executives, management, and all band members of Lake Babine. So in the previous fiscal year, economic development underwent substantial transformation in terms of capacity building and operations, economic development initiatives, economic development business partnerships, projects, and related activities. So in terms of the department, this year we were blessed to have an intern work with us through the funding from Northern Development Initiative Trust. And we are also blessed to continue to work with the Economic Development Planning Committee, for which I'd like to thank the following committee members. I'd like to thank Madeline Scott, who is a committee member for the Economic Development Planning Committee. I'd like to also thank Susie Tress. I'd like to thank Tricia Thomas, as well as Adai Siri, for their contributions and for their continued contributions to our planning committee. Aside from economic development planning, we are also involved actively in strategic planning for tourism initiatives for Lake Babine Nation. The planning is funded through the Indigenous Services Canada. Some of the things we do at economic development include accessing alternative funding for Lake Babine. Some of this funding include grant funding opportunities. Here are examples of the funding that we've been able to receive from the Economic Development Department. The last 2 fiscal years, we were able to access the Northern Development Initiative Trust funding, which provides up to 78% of the funding required to host an economic development intern or an Indigenous government intern for any given fiscal year. For the 2 consecutive years, Lake Babine has received slightly more than $120,000 from various grant funding sources, including Northern Development Initiative Trust, as well as Indigenous Services Canada. Part of the departmental initiatives include conducting research, basically looking into assessment of benefits and costs associated with various proposed projects at the department. Economic Development Department is also involved in working with the executives as well as LBN leadership, and as well as the Lake Babine Nation negotiation team. I'd like to thank Troy Shalifu, and also I'd like to thank Kevin for their support with negotiations. Prior to Troy and Heaven joining Lake Babine Nation, the economic development, together with the executive branch of Lake Babine, as well as leadership, have managed to negotiate successful, lucrative partnerships, which has brought today a substantial amount of revenue to Lake Babine Nation. And some of those partnerships include well-negotiated partnerships in the forestry sector, in the environmental services sector, mining and exploration sector, construction sector, health and medical services sector, as well as oil and gas. So this pie chart just shows a breakdown of the revenues that have been generated through a number of these sectors in terms of lucrative strategic revenue share partnerships. From a large majority of those in the previous fiscal year was from mining and exploration, and also a substantial amount from the resource and forest related sector, the construction sector, as well as environmental. Lake Babine Nation does have a development corporation, the Nisna Development Corporation and the Mediterranean Development Corporation, which are actively currently under development. The corporations hold a substantial amount of assets that Lake Babine Nation has. So this photo shows our team in May 2025. We were hosting Fire Smart training. It was led by the housing director, Dan George. I would like to thank Dan George for his successful training that he gave on that day. So in this picture, you see to the far left is Gurpreet Singh, who used to work for the education department, and also Yvette Gunther to the second left. On the picture, Dan George in the middle, myself on the right, and the ECDEV intern for the 2025-2026 fiscal year, Samantha Scott. Some of the things that we did during the fiscal year was also to look into the resources and the property that Lake Babine Nation own that bring about economic development. We visited the Ukpik Lodge last year, and these are some of the photos that we were able to take. The lodge is in a condition that could use some repair, and I think that the administration is looking into ensuring that these buildings are revived. And also, we'll be looking into potential alternative sources of funding to support the rehabilitation of this property. We also went to Old Fort last year, and we did a visit, and these are some of the photos that we were able to take. And with those being said, I'd like to thank everyone for listening to me this afternoon. I'd like to thank all of you for attending to my presentation. Messiah Show. So I'll open up the floor to any questions that members may have. Messiah.
I'll go with Paul first, Richard, because he hasn't asked anything. And then we'll go to Richard and Jackie and then Emma.
Paul was first.
Paul, yeah. Paul, can you put up your hand?
There it is.
Yes, go ahead, Paul.
Ati, Nize, Tapuze, Saize. Manuel, I'd like to get an update on Linos. One Lake Babine Nation supposed to go halfers with them, with Darcy Lindstrom. He's 110% mechanic. Lake Babine Nation won't go wrong with this person. He's a good mechanic, he looked after the boats that you own for Babine Lake. Fisheries, forestry. And he's willing to go halfers with Reno Sales Service to buy with him, Darcy, with Lake Babine Nation. There's about 6 nations around this Furnace Lake surrounding. They'll do well with selling motors, and he's good with mechanic on his motors. He's been doing mine for the last 6 years. He's an awesome mechanic. Try him once and you'll understand you'll never have trouble with the motor the rest of the summer. I bring it to him in Prince George on October. He winterized it for me. So Lake Babine Nation Chief and Council, I ask you to look into this. Manuel was working on it. So I thank Manuel for doing this. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul. I appreciate the question. Regarding the Linus business, I remember about slightly more than a year ago, the business approached Lake Babine Nation that put up the property for sale, and so they were wondering if Lake Babine could be a potential customer. So, Paul, in regards to the Linus business, the department is working with the nation to review the property as well as to assess whether or not acquisition of such a business would bring a net economic benefit to the nation in terms of employment, training opportunities, revenue generation ability, as well as other benefits, both monetary and non-monetary. With that being said, at this moment, I do not yet have a definitive response in terms of whether or not the nation has made a final decision to move forward with that purchase. But should there be any progress in the coming months, I will ensure to update you and to update the leadership as well as the administration of Lake Babine. I understand you mentioned how skilled and capable Darcy is, and my understanding is that he is well positioned to conduct and to perform mechanic related services. So I'll take that question home for today, Paul, and then I'll update you in the coming weeks. Mr.
Awesome. Thank you, Emmanuel. I have Richard. You gonna put your hand up, Richard, again? Then Jackie, then Emma. Can you make it quick, please, Richard?
Talk about Barbie. Here from my land to Halifax in Old Fort. In Fort Babine. We need people hard to get downtown. Plant your seeds, potatoes, carrots and that. I'm trying really hard down to my land, fixing it up a little bit for planting berries. Halifax is ready. Port Babine people, they need berries, potatoes, carrots, no kindness siya. These time, because this next year, watch our kids grow up really good. I want some kind we can sell some, keep some. For our needs, our children needs. That's what me and my brother planting right now. It started a long time ago, but still had no help. So we did it our own two hands. My grandpa and my uncle clear up Halifax. Good for farming, making hay that time. All of us, we had fun. My grandma had potatoes and carrots growing out of that field. We collect them, we give it out to people. What they need, vegetable, meat is lots of meat around. So I want something to do, push my cousins back to the hereditary land, grow up the potatoes, fish is there, moose is there, deer, beaver, porcupine, I eat them all. So, thank you.
There were a lot of suggestions. I didn't hear a lot of questions, Emmanuel, but we have note takers in the back, so thank you, Richard. I'll pass it over to Jackie. Emma.
I want to thank you, Emmanuel, for expressing that knowledge that you brought forward. Anyway, I want to add on to what he had just mentioned in regards to gardening and fishing and hunting, because the economic development has huge ties to that on our ways of life. And then you were talking about the grants that you get from certain entities. And I wanted to combine both thoughts of what he had just spoken about, living off the land and how he wants to get back to farming and hunting and everything. My question is, because I saw the TC Energy grant that was up on the screen there. Usually when you have a grant, there's always ties that you're obligated to. Like it's an agreement. What did LBN have to sacrifice in order to get that grant? And does the grant require repayment? Like maybe 5 years from now, 10 years from now? And to our understanding, the LNG plant pipeline is going through the INTA, which they are wanting to drill underneath the Babine River, which is going to impact our ways of life. And it's not just the salmon that it's gonna impact. It's gonna impact everything that evolves around that water. All that salmon, the bears eat the salmon, the moose. You're gonna have to, log out that area, which is going to impact the native plants, to replant new trees, which the native plants are gonna be there, our berries are gonna be impacted. It's just gonna have a complete ripple effect. So please entice me on what agreement was made. And in regards to the communications, I hope all those agreements are in black and white, so we have a better understanding of all the agreements that LBN sacrificed. Also.
Thank you, Lisa, for your question. And also thank you for your question too. I'll respond to both questions in the order of which they were provided. I understand that the gentleman standing there, the band member has a piece of property near Old Fort, and he came to the department to find out if there were ways to access grant funding that can support agricultural activity in a way that him and his family could return back to living off of the land. So I've reviewed the file that was provided to me, and at the moment as I speak, we've reviewed some funding opportunities online, and we have not yet determined a funding option that will provide funding to an individual person. Usually, grant funding agencies provide non-repairable grant funding opportunities to not-for-profit organizations. An organization like the government of Lake Babine Nation is well positioned to receive some of those non-repairable fundings. So with this being said, I'll continue to work with members of LBN and those who own businesses and those who do not, and those who may be seeking grant funding support to support certain initiatives. A member from Port Babine once told me that she was looking to revive and build a new smokehouse. And so I told her that I was going to look into potential funding opportunities that may be available out there to see if we can apply. Primarily, the applications, if they are sent to non-repairable funding and non-repairable grants agencies, then they will typically have to come from Lake Babine Nation and not an individual person. So because funding agencies are more likely to finance opportunities that serve the need and the good of the general public. And in response to your question, the TC Energy grant that we saw there on the presentation, that funding was provided to Lake Babine Nation in 2023, and it's not related to the current proposed pipeline project. That funding was to support band member capacity building, like training, like maybe getting a certificate in, let's say, welding, or a certificate in environmental monitoring. So the funding hasn't yet been used, and it was not related to the proposed pipeline project. And then in terms of the specifics of the currently proposed pipeline project, I'm not able to to say in definitive terms, because at the moment, Lake Babine Nation leadership and the negotiators are actively working with, are actively not working with, what I mean is are actively negotiating the best terms that Lake Babine Nation could realize. With that being said, there's been no official approval from Lake Babine Nation on that proposed pipeline. And if a new information comes up, I'm pretty sure that the nation's leadership will be able to share that with the members, including all members of Lake Babine. So right now, I cannot disclose any specifics of what may have been discussed or what might be in the discussions. And I do not dispute the mentioned potential impact of the pipeline on the territory. But my understanding is that the negotiations are still ongoing, but there's nothing definitive at this point yet. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Emmanuel. Thank you, Jackie. Great questions. And there might be more of an update with Troy and Chief tomorrow on the FA updates on that. So thank you. Before we go to Emma, I have a question that was sent to me at the beginning and I didn't go right away. So sorry. It was from Scott Abraham, and I think it's more around education and training, but it is to do with joint ventures. Have you been working with any organizations or any joint ventures that would provide direct employment or apprenticeships for nation members? That was from Scott Abraham.
Thank you for that question. Yes, so in some spaces of the resource sector, not including the pipeline and oil and gas sector, we have been engaged with certain businesses that are in positions to provide training opportunities to eligible band members. Some of those are in the mining sector, and some of those are in other resource sectors like forestry. So oftentimes, if economic impact benefits are negotiated, they're usually negotiated in the best possible mutual interest between the proponent as well as that of Lake Babine Nation. And those terms may include employment and training opportunities, potential revenue share, and other non-monetary accommodations that can always be realized. These statements I'm making excludes everything to do with gas, oil and gas, and oil pipeline industry. Masai.
Awesome, thank you. Okay, Emma.
Hello. I have three questions. One probably Fabian's got answered, and that's the first question. Permitting, you mentioned, Emmanuel, that there's a committee, and the committee, are they from the communities of the 5 communities? And if so, how long are they to be on the committee? Because I'm kind of curious, because it should be community driven.
Yes, Masai, thank you, Emma, for that question. So the committee that Lake Babine Nation's ACDEV has right now follows stipulated terms of reference that stipulates that from Lake Babine Nation, from the membership, there has to be 3 chief and council appointed members on the committee, And in which case, those members, as I speak, includes Madeline Scott, Susie Tress, and it previously included Diana Matthew, but Diana later on took on the role of the interim health director. And so as per the policies, she had to temporarily leave that role. So now those are three members from the nation who are on the committee. And then it also stipulates that, the terms of reference also stipulates that three external expert consultants who are knowledgeable in the field of economic development as well as business development have to be appointed through chief and council. And we and as I speak, those members include Odaisi and Bishop Thomas. And so we are missing one external member on the committee, as well as one band member from the community. Ms. Sack.
Hello, is there a term on the committees, like how many years are they allowed to be on the committee? And do they report to the people?
That's a good question. So from the foundation agreement, there's a chapter for economic development. And in that chapter, there's some allocated funding that is to finance certain initiatives and certain projects that would develop Lake Babine Nation. So when that, from that foundation agreement, at that point in time, Lake Babine Nation Chief and Council approved a terms of reference. This was specific to the Economic Development Planning Committee, and that terms of reference included certain terms that the committee would govern themselves on. The committee was required to report directly to the nation's chief and council on the progress that the committee was making. And this particular committee only performed work or continues to perform work that is exclusive on the planning of the economic development for Lake Babine. So they're doing a strategic plan, which is 5 years. As I speak, there's about 91 pages of that plan completed. And the committee has so far engaged an external firm to conduct a third-party review of the proposed plan. And so, so that is unique to the economic development chapter of the foundation agreement. I'm not able to speak on any details of all the other advisory committees because I'm not privy to the information that, that may be in discussions in those committee memberships. But I can speak more into details only for economic development. Ms. Sack.
I think this committee is very important. It should be committee driven. Like I'm concerned about this because there's funding involved and the qualification of the committee members. That's very important. Second question is funding. You mentioned you get funding from ISK and another company. I know ISK gives a certain amount every year. How much do you get from ISK every year? That's Indian Affairs.
Thank you, Emma, for that question too. So I realize not fully responded to your previous question. The length of the time that the committee members sit on the committee for ECDEV. While I speak now, that length of time is tied to the successful completion of that ECDEV plan, of the economic development plan, which is at least now 80% completed. So soon as that plan is completed, the plan will be presented before the nation's administration, executives, leadership, and as well as the members of the nation. going into that planning process, in 2024, in the summer of 2024 and in the winter of 2025, we have engaged the members of the communities of Port Babine, Tachet and Wayoni. We've conducted guided community survey questionnaires to inquire about band members' perceptions on some of the projects that the ECDEP committee are planning on. So members' engagement have been conducted and members have been involved in that planning process. Now, going to your second question, the grant funding that you saw in the report, that was an isolated case of funding from TC Energy, and it's capacity building funding from TC Energy. Then the one from Indigenous Services Canada is just the funding that we had applied through the LEDSP program to access $50,000 to support the 5-year planning for the tourism for Lake Babine Nation. So as I speak, we are doing 2 different plans simultaneously. One of those plans is the economic development plan, which includes the committee members whose names I've mentioned before. And the other one is the tourism planning, which we are performing that, and we are conducting that through the funding from Indigenous Services Canada, and that funding is only $50,000. Now, Indigenous Services Canada finances other projects at the nation. I am not privy to the details of the amounts of such funding. I am only accurately aware and know the amount that came to the department, which we applied to the grant funding for. So, so I can only speak to that much, to that $50,000. There may be certain funding that goes to economic development, but through the administration, which I'm not 100% sure of how much that would be, or the details of that funding. Masai.
That's kind of interesting because as Director of Economic Development, you should have answers how much you get annually from is. But anyways, there's a number of questions I really have a lot of concerns about the program, because I get a lot of calls from members. I know that there are members that want to start their own business, and I understand they phone you and they're trying to meet with you, and I'm kind of concerned because I've been in economic development before with tribal council, with the BAN and NDC, and I know there's funding out there, and I was a Guzik person. You know what Guzik means in our language is go-getter. So I really look for funds elsewhere. So I'm really concerned that there are a lot of our people in communities that can start their own business. I'm concerned like Port Babine, I know there's one woman that's really good, can start her own business, and that's in crafts. There's a lot of our people, our women, they do their own crafts. So I really wouldn't mind seeing that, like you're talking about economic development plan that you guys are working on. Is that driven by the people? Like how do we like to maybe know about the needs of our peoples? Because I really want to have input into this because I'm working with the business corporate in Prince George. I know that the director, so I'm trying to look at how other members get funding. So I really wouldn't mind spending time with you to ask more questions.
Awesome. Thank you very much, and I appreciate the questions. Regarding members who are approaching economic development, looking for potential grant funding to start businesses. You may have heard earlier on I'd mentioned that funding agencies are more likely to finance in terms of non-repayable payments to not-for-profit organizations, public sector, and to projects that serve the greater good of a collection of people in a community. I'll give an example, but I'll not mention any names. A member had approached me to see if we could access some funding to support the purchase of equipment for a business. Now, since that member owns a for-profit business, that member may have certain options to access funds, let's say through loans or through short-term limited grants that could be available. But for the majority of grant funding, the applicant need to be at least an organization that serves a given group of people. And we have, in the department, we have applied for some funding. Like last year, we applied to the BC government's Reddit funding for $1 million for the Fort Babine Lodge redevelopment in Fort Babine. But unfortunately, given the circumstances of that lodge and the current state of the lodge, the requirements of the funding did not fully match the need of that from our side, and so unfortunately, at that point in time, the funding was not successful, the application. And going back to this member, I advised her that in order to access a non-repayable grant fund from an organization, let's say the Northern Development Initiative Trust, or for example, British Columbia Ministry, the company which is applying for the grant funding needs to at least be partially owned directly by the Lake Babine Nation. Let's say if it's 51% owned by Lake Babine and 49% owned by the individual member, then it makes that business stands a higher chance of being funded. But if, let's say, an individual owns a profit business, and let's say if this business is not making money, or is not making enough money to support the operations of the business, then it's less likely that they will always be able to get a non-repayable grant funding from a not-for-profit funding organization like this. So with those being said, I'll continue to work diligently with members who come to the Office of Economic Development and try to guide them through the available funding resources and see how we can continue to work together to bring more opportunities, not just funding, but other opportunities as well, like employment opportunities and things like this. We have, for the partnerships that Lake Babine has been able to sign, especially with the mining industry, some of them includes the provision for, employment opportunities to eligible band members, and sometimes training opportunities in case members are willing to undergo such training. I work also with Geraldine Michelle, who is the employment and training advisor. So I always work with her to ensure that I get access to the names of band members who are willing and able to work in specific sectors, so that if industry approaches me, I can easily connect those members to those jobs.
Awesome, thank you. That's all we have. Sorry, Ron. I know. Thank you, Emmanuel. Please come see Emmanuel Doran. And I do have a question from Victor Tom, and I'll pass it to you, and you can answer him through email around that piece. So thank you again, Emmanuel and Fabian. That's awesome. So let's give them a hand here. Good job. That pretty much ends our day. Have a good night. Just kidding. Yeah, go ahead, Emmanuel. I know you want to share some more.
I just want to say thank you for listening. I appreciate all of you coming. And I'm looking forward to continue working with all of you to ensure that we develop economic development department and also economic development initiatives of Lake Babine together, you know, as a community. So with those, I just want to say, Nissan, thank you.
Awesome. Thank you. Thank you, Emmanuel. Good job. Before I pass it on to Julian and he'll go over what we're gonna do tomorrow, I just have a few updates. I want to remind everybody, Sheena is providing rides or please see her if anybody needs ride from Wyoming to here between 7:30 AM to 9:45 AM each day. So please see Sheena, wave your hand at us, Sheena. There she is, right in the corner. If you need a ride, see her. Lake Babine Uber is in the corner over there. Okay? Yeah. Yeah. So yes, go please see her because you have to remember, you have to sign in before 10 AM to be part of the door prizes. Okay, that's why it says 9:45. So please be here before 10. Because Julian is gonna look out for you. Reminder, I'm not here tomorrow. Derek McDonald is gonna come and sit in for me and help Julian tomorrow. So Derek McDonald will be here tomorrow to keep an eye out on all of that. Was a wonderful day. I think I got a text message saying that our dinner is not ready till 5:15. So we do have, when do we want to do our door prizes? Let us know, Sheena and anybody else in the corner. Blake, I know you're just the duck race person, but good. What else do I need to mention? Great job to our LBN or our LDSS drum group that started us off in a good way. Our drum group did some songs. We had some great reports from Chief Wilf Adam, our administration, our finance, our human resources, our grant writing, communications, and economic development. What a wonderful time. I also wanted to mention, does anybody know what's happening Wednesday? There's a special day on Wednesday. Does anybody know? Pink Shirt Day, Anti-Bullying Day. If you're against bullying, please wear pink on Wednesday. I'll be wearing my pink because I am against bullying, okay? So please, if you have a pink shirt, by all means, wear it on Wednesday. It'll be amazing. We could say Frank is an amazing person who can word it to perfection. That link. Yes. Oh, that's not bullying though, right? No, that's not bullying. I did get a message. Somebody is challenging Chief to the language, the 1 minute language. So be prepared tomorrow or Wednesday, Chief. Somebody's challenging Chief. Yes, please wear pink. We'll say Lake Babine is against bullying. We can say that for sure. Okay, awesome. I don't think I have any other updates. I'll pass it on to Julian if he has any updates and he'll review or tell us what's gonna happen tomorrow.
Thank you, Darcy. All right, well, we made it. We got through the end of the first day of the AGA. Give yourself a pat on the back for that one. I know it gets to be tough sitting and listening to long presentations about finance and economics and all that. So good job. I didn't hear anybody snoring out there, so that's great. There were some good comments from the crowd today, some great presentations. I was really inspired by the video that Frank and Dorothy made. That's awesome. Looking forward to seeing the work that Frank does in the future. He said he had 2 wives, I'm sure we can find him a third somewhere around here though. One, just kidding. But no, that's all I've got for today, so thanks everybody. Tomorrow, just a reminder, we have natural resources, governance, foundation agreement, and justice all day. We got the natural resources report, we got the foundation agreement report, we got the governance report, environmental stewardship initiative report, and the fisheries report, and the justice, followed by Nerut and cultural night tomorrow. So I think that's all I got. We just need to find somebody to bless the food.
Yes, I do have a quick announcement, Jules. For tomorrow, if you are driving, can you please leave the parking spots down here for elders and for anybody that has disabled parking. We ask if you could use the parking lot for elders only and the younger generation to park up top. That'd be awesome. So please, if we could do that. I just got word, we did all the door prizes for today, so we're just gonna wait for, and like you said, Julian, if somebody can bless the food. I think we're still online, but we'll say goodbye to you. I hope you have a good evening, a good rest. The reminder, tomorrow night, we are having a cultural night with lots of singing and drumming and dancing and all of the fun stuff. And then a talent show, I think superstar Lloyd Abraham was already signed up for talent night. I don't know, it's a surprise, he said. Talent night means anything, okay? I think Troy has something up his sleeve too, I heard. Okay, Kevin, you're in too, okay? I jotted your name down, both of you. Thank you. We need to know who our negotiators and stuff. And then we have a wonderful dance from the band Corduroy on Thursday night. Okay, do I have a volunteer to bless the food? A volunteer? Jerry, Tom will bless the food. Bingo night. That's not special though. Remember, that's every Friday.
Oh, Dorothy, oh yeah.
Yeah, Dorothy. Dorothy Williams. No, oh yeah, there you go.
Pepodosaki. Utaki. Masai Mizaki. There be blue to say. Adi. Nabekai in the Jamie side. Sort of known the do that was anyway. Masai Mizaki. James own classes the expected. The do it and the Nabea at the do I like quiet and it was my side. It's at the currency. Unzu no every night. I would say that inside from.
Awesome, Masai. No, I know we're not ready, but please just talk amongst each other, get to know each other. Don't